unmute this thing and go to the screen and get right in, and they'll hear as they're coming on. Type of one.
Josh McDowell at a recent conference when he was speaking to a group of counselors. Now, if you're not familiar with who Josh McDowell is one of the leading Christian apologists. He is also a best-selling author, probably best known for his book that he wrote many years ago called The Evidence That Demands a Verdict, a phenomenal resource that you should have in your library.
That book is a must-have.
Defending the Christian faith. And so he made some statements at this conference, and many people considered these statements to be racist, so much so that it actually led to him stepping down from his ministry, which I'm going to talk about all of that in this video. So what I want to do in this video is I want to take a look at the things that he said, and then I want to look at how other people kind of reacted to that, and then how he actually reacted to their reaction. And then finally, I'm going to take a look at his apology as well. Now, before we get into all of that, I want to lead with three primary considerations for our discussion today. Number one, nothing that Josh McDowell has said or will ever say takes away from his scholarship or his contribution to the Christian faith, any more than whatever you may say in the privacy of your home or publicly would take away from the contribution that you have made to your ministry or your business or your career. Now, it might taint your character in some way, but it doesn't take away from what you have contributed in your area of business. The second thing that I want to say is that this is yet another example of how important it is for us to be careful with our words. Listen, particularly if you are in ministry or God has given you a platform in any way, it is critical that we watch every single thing that we say, that we're very, very careful, as you're going to see as I go through this video, because people are quick to take little sound bites and take the things that you say and then slap a label on you and pass a certain type of judgment on you. And so that's the second thing that I want to say. The third thing that I want to say is, for you watching this video, be careful about labeling this man as a racist, because if you do, just know that you are going to have to use the exact same set of judgments, if you will, against yourself as you are using against him. What do I mean by that? If you have ever made a generalization about another group of people outside of your own race, then if you are going to label this man as a racist, then you must also label yourself as a racist as well, and more than likely most of the people in this world, because at some point, if you're honest, you have probably made a generalization, whether publicly with your friends or privately, about people from another race. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's jump into what he said and what actually happened. So once again, at a recent conference when he was talking to counselors, he actually entitled his talk, "The 5 Greatest Global Epidemics." Now, out of these 5 global epidemics, the very first one that he mentioned is CRT, or critical race theory. Now, already, I just have to react to that. If you are putting critical race theory as one of the 5 greatest global epidemics, now, I don't know what the other 4 were because I haven't had a chance to listen to it all. As a matter of fact, they took the recording down from their website.
Oh, they took it down.
What I'm going to say is this. If you are going to put that issue that's going on in this world, and by the way, I am not a proponent of CRT before you slap that label on me just because I'm a black man, right? That's not me. But what I am saying is, if you're going to put that in your top 5 list of issues that are the greatest epidemics in our global epidemics today, then hopefully on that list, you've got some other ones as well, like racism, okay? Now, as an aside, John MacArthur recently put out a video not too long ago, or actually somebody interviewed John MacArthur not too long ago on his perspective on social justice. And in this video, he says that he believes the social justice movement is the most dangerous issue that evangelical Christianity has had to face recently and also in his lifetime over the last 100 years. Here's a short clip.
And here we are just 2 years later. and we see massive issues taking place related to social justice culturally and within evangelical circles. But in that meeting, after I opened up the meeting, talked about some initial things to get the ball rolling, you made a statement. You said that this social justice agenda is more dangerous than any other controversy that you've faced, perhaps the most dangerous in the last maybe 100 years, but definitely in your lifetime. Do you still believe that to be the case?
There's no question about it. There's no question about it.
Now, if you follow,
Now, wait a minute. Now, y'all know I might need, where Alton, and I might have to put that link out there. I might need Alton on because my ignorant side's going to come out right now. Now, John Mack, all these guys are older white men that's leaders in evangelical Christianity. Let me say a little bit of stuff like that. And does it make a difference that they're older men, both of them all over 70 years old, upper 60s and all that? Does that make a difference when y'all hear the statement? Some people already going in with their nonsense, but does that make a difference? I'm gonna keep playing it, and then I'm gonna get into. Then I'm going.
For any length of time, you know that John MacArthur ranks up there as one of my top 3 or 4 or 5 favorite Christian
excellent
preachers
theologian.
of all time.
Excellent.
He's had a huge impact on my life. But if you've been following me, you also know that I cut it straight. And when somebody, regardless of who it is, says something that's off, I got to call it out. And what I'm going to say here is essentially this. If this man is in his 80s and he's lived that long and he's saying that social justice movement is the most dangerous issue that has faced evangelical Christianity in the last 100 years, do you see how offensive that particular statement could be to people of color? When you're overlooking Jim Crow, you're overlooking Ku Klux Klan, you're overlooking systemic racism that was going on in our country and all these different things. And so all I'm saying is that we need to be careful about what we say, because what we say could very well offend people, even if our intentions are pure. Now,
some of these white folk crazy. He's saying that, see that he recognized stuff. I can say stuff he can't say. He some of these white folk done went crazy. I'm talking about these good white Christian theologians done lost their mind. All right, let me.
I'll leave that alone for another video. Let's get back to Josh McDowell. Now, he mentioned CRT as being one of the greatest epidemics that our world is facing today. Now, once again, CRT was originally launched to track how, after the Jim Crow laws were abolished, how did the systems of racism that were embedded in the fabric of our country, now that those laws have been abolished, how did those systems affect people of color after those laws were abolished? That's what it was designed to do. It was designed to track how systemic racism affected people of color after the Jim Crow. So regarding CRT, this is what he basically said. It says, McDowell told Christian counselors CRT negates all the biblical teaching about racism because it focuses on systems rather than the sins of the human heart, and said today's definition of social justice is not biblical. Then he goes on to say this: with CRT, they speak structurally, the Bible speaks individually. Make sure you get that. That's a big difference. Now, what it sounds like he is suggesting, and I could be wrong, it sounds like what he is saying is that because CRT is focused more on systems of evil or perceived systems of evil that are in our country, then that is unbiblical, because the Bible doesn't focus on systems of evil. The Bible really focuses more on the individual sins of the heart. Now, once again, guys, this is the reason why you need to know your Bible, and you need to make sure that you don't take for granted everything that a Christian leader says as true, even if it's me, but you check it out and make sure, because this is just not accurate, right? When you look at the Old Testament, it is clear that God didn't deal just with the individual sins of a person's heart. God dealt with the nation of Israel as a whole. God dealt with systems of evil. God dealt with the system of the evil of idolatry.
And notice that people are demonized when you start saying that America has to fall. God gonna judge America. There's certain talk you can't talk in Christianity with Christian America, because America's never gonna fall. God's not gonna judge America, no matter that's biblical, that he will judge nations, and not just Israel, not just his chosen nation, but that he would judge nations. But for some strange reason, you can't bring up judgment, you can't bring up the wrongs of America when you're dealing with evangelical American Christianity. God has blessed America. God will always bless America, and God will not stop blessing America despite the amount of abortions, because we got to touch the abortion thing too, and the number of people in what community are getting them. But when we deal with the sins, any sins of a nation, God's not going to judge it. And for some reason, you can't really speak like that to American Christianity.
System of evil of oppressing the poor. He dealt with a system of evil of immorality and child sacrifice and all of these different things. And so to suggest that, the Bible just says, hey, we need to deal with the individual sins, and we don't need to focus on anything systematically, sounds like he's trying to discredit CRT because it's focusing more on what they believe as a structural systemic problem. Hey, don't worry about that, because the Bible goes after individual sins. Look, we would say the same thing about the issue of abortion. Should we not try to deal with the overall evil that abortion, the system of abortion in our country? Should we just say, no, the Bible doesn't tell us to do that? Instead, we just need to find every single person who's dealt with abortion and deal with the individual sins there. So that's the first thing that I see that he said that personally I don't agree with, but there's more, so let's keep going. Now, the next statement that he made is really the one that got him in the most trouble, and that is the one that he actually ended up apologizing for. And basically, he said something along these lines. He says that not all Americans have equal opportunities to succeed. Now, on the surface, that sounds like, okay, maybe he's trying to justify that, okay, not everybody has an equal opportunity. Okay, that sounds good. But then he says this, they don't, folks. I do not believe Blacks, African Americans, and many other minorities have equal opportunity. Why? And this is where he went wrong.
Listen.
Most of them, now already whenever you start off the sentence with most of them,
broad brushing.
Trouble. Most of them grew up in families where there is not a big emphasis on education, security. You can do anything you want. You can change the world. If you work hard, you will make it. So many African Americans don't have those privileges like I was brought up with.
Now, let me be quiet. Let me just keep playing that. Y'all heard what he said, or y'all need to hear that one more game. Y'all need to hear that one more time. He said most. I don't know where he gets his numbers from, but he said most. It sounds like it's broad brushing, but is that your family? Is that your neighborhood? Is that where you come from?
Now, whether there may or may not be an element of truth to what he is saying as it relates to the value of education among minorities or whatever, that's beside the point. The point is that he made a sweeping generalization, and he later apologized for this, but he made a sweeping generalization about most Blacks or most of them. And
yes, a few people saying play that back a little bit.
That's beside the point. The point is that he made a sweeping generalization.
All right, let me see.
He later apologized for this, but he made a.
All right, let me go back a little bit. Yeah.
You can do anything you want. You can change the world. If you work hard, you will make it. So many African Americans don't have those privileges like I was brought up with. Now, whether there may or may not be an element of truth to what he is saying as it relates to the value of education among minorities or whatever, that's beside the point. The point is that he made a sweeping generalization, and he later apologized for this, but he made a sweeping generalization about most Blacks or most of them. And see, this is where we have to be careful, because if we say these types of things, it lets people in terms of what you may actually believe about a whole particular group of people. Now, let me show you how one particular person actually reacted to what he said. There is a college professor, a guy by the name of Aaron New, and he tweeted this. He says, I'm sitting here kind of stunned. I have a friend at the AACC World Conference, and in his tirade against CRT, at Josh_McDowell just said this: Black people don't have access to opportunities, they say. But it's because they weren't raised to value education and hard work. So notice what he's saying. He's saying black people don't have access to opportunities, so they say, right? Black people say they don't have access to these things, but really the real reason is because they weren't raised to value education and hard work. Now, once again, you can see how that would be very, very offensive to people of color, to make a sweeping generalization that black people were not raised to value education. And we weren't raised with the idea of hard work, because maybe if we were raised with a sense of hard work, then we would achieve more in life. And it's the insinuation is we wouldn't be looking for a handout, or we wouldn't be making excuses or whatever. And so once again, if this is exactly what he said, which I'm not sure if it was or not, but if this is exactly what he said, this is why he actually ended up later apologizing and actually ended up stepping down, which I'm going to get to in just a moment. Now, apparently, once Josh McDowell became aware that his statement was offending people, the conference people actually took the recordings of that down from their website for obvious reasons. But then he actually tweeted this in response. He says, "There is a statement of mine from the AACC conference that has been circulating on social media. I want to assure my friends, colleagues, ministry partners, and the AACC community and conference attendees that I am taking the recent comments and questions about my talk seriously. My statement, as quoted, does not reflect my own beliefs, and I want to begin by apologizing for my words and the implications they had. My statement started by saying, I do not believe Blacks, African Americans, and many other minorities have equal opportunity. I do believe this." Now, next thing he says here, it sounds to me like he is having an opportunity to express further about what he was actually trying to say.
What he really
And that's
meant.
why I said, be careful about slapping a label on somebody, because he may have had the best intentions in what he was trying to say, but making a generalization was not the right approach. But it sounds like this is what he is trying to say. I could be wrong. He says, racism has kept equality from being achieved within our nation. So when I said that most minorities grew up in families where there is not a big emphasis on education and security, I made a generalized statement that does not reflect reality. Then he goes on, I apologize and reiterate my Christian love for all races, nationalities, and people groups. My desire is that we as Christians would deal with both racism and inequality as the sins that they are, in order to restore the unity and equality that God desires for all. So
All right, y'all heard that right there. Josh McDowell steps down. This is not John MacArthur. This is Josh McDowell now. His ministry is a whole different ministry, but he addressed something and he actually stepped down. There's other people involved in ministries, and they've had backlash from comments in certain communities that they didn't even think to apologize, let alone step down. I don't want to start bringing up that other dude. People will make videos, people will say stuff, people will do skits, they'll do certain things and they won't say nothing. They don't feel you ain't worthy of it. They're gonna do what they want to do. But let me just keep going. He has a super large ministry in apologetics, and he stepped down. And he stepped down. The ministry's still going, but he felt the need, because of the severity of it, to step down. Type of one, if you think he should have stepped down or he cleared it up and others have done worse, or maybe that was a good God move right there.
It sounds to me like he's basically saying, yes, you know what? African Americans and people of color may not have some of the opportunities that maybe people of other ethnicities have. But the real reason behind that is because, as he said, racism has kept equality from actually being achieved within our nation. Now, finally, let's look at Josh McDowell's official apology, because I think there's something that we can all learn here, and we can learn to respect him, because 3 days after he tweeted the one that I just read, he actually tweeted his official apology, and I'm going to read it here. And it says, at a recent conference, I made comments about race, the Black family, and minorities that were wrong and hurt many people. It breaks my heart to know what deep pain I have caused. It has become clear to me, along with crew leadership, that I need to step back from my ministry and speaking engagements to enter a season of listening and addressing the growth areas that I have become aware of through this. During this time of meeting with others and learning, I hope to personally grow and better understand how I can help contribute to the reconciliation and unity that God desires for us all.
Now y'all heard that right here. He's stepping down from even speaking engagements. These guys don't get $200 when they go speak. Let me just tell y'all that right now. When they go to conferences, when they go into speaking engagements, when they're going places, they don't get no $200. He's stepping down from all of that stuff to take time and reflect.
While this apology was heartfelt and sincere, and I'm sure it came from a pure place, the disappointing part for me personally, and I'm talking from Alan Parr personally, is that, you know, if these are the statements that he's made publicly, my fear, and I'm bearing my heart here, my fear is that this might be the prevailing view for many people in evangelical Christianity, but people just aren't verbalizing it, or they're
white folk feel this way. These folk got to be. I ain't looking for speaking engagement. White folk. He's saying it could be that more white folk feel this way, the way he's speaking. I don't know if it's about the age range that they are. They're just older white people, and you know, some younger white people may not feel this way, but a lot of European evangelicals might feel this way, and that could be his fear. Of course, some people would say, listen, we're going to stop acting like we crazy out here. These folk, one thing about them, their behaviors, their actions, their thoughts, their talks, they let you know exactly how they feel, and they're not biting their tongue. Times are changing, but it's some older fools that don't even know you can't keep doing what you're doing. Even just when you look at all of the Karen videos and the behavior, a lot of these people that are out here. What's the other brother that just got shot and nobody even wanted to call the cops because he complimented her? That's another thing. Let me leave them folk won't even believe it.
They're not actually being caught saying it, but it is the mentality that many people have. If this group of people would just work harder and get their stuff together, then maybe they would actually be able to achieve more. And while there may be some truth to that, listen, there is never just one reason for why things end up the way they are. There's never just one reason why a group of people or a person ends up the way they are. You must harmonize that person's experiences, how they grew up, as well as the responsibility, their personal responsibility to do better. So I'll end with this. You know, the Bible says in the book of James that all of us stumble with our tongue, every single one of us. So if you're reading those comments and you're passing judgment, and, you know, like I said earlier, just know that you have stumbled with your tongue. You've said things that as soon as you said it, you're like, oh man, I wish I could take that back, right? And so I pray that we would pray for Josh McDowell. I pray that we would pray for the ministry and all those who follow him, and that we would show him grace. We would not be so quick to slap a label on him, because the Bible says in James 3 that not all of us should desire to be teachers, because we who teach will incur a stricter judgment. And I know that's talking about God. I'm
going to put the link in there in case anybody want to jump on and share.
That people who teach are going to incur a stricter judgment from outside people who are judging and bringing into question every single thing that we say. So this is a great reminder that we need to be careful with what we say, but also not just publicly, but privately. Be careful when certain mentalities and philosophies and ideologies creep into your head about people from another race. I'll link the articles that I got all of these things from in the description below, but I would love to hear your thoughts. What are your thoughts about this situation or the things that I've shared in this video? Hopefully you found it to be balanced and biblical, which is always what I try to do. And look, guys, I know this is my normal day, but I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye for now.
All right. So that wasn't even his normal day of recording, but he just felt pressed to share on it. He just had to say something on there. So I just said, let me play this video. I mentioned it earlier and see what your thoughts are. Grace and peace, bro. Come to the microphone. What do you think?
What's up? What up?
Nothing. You work? You driving?
Yeah, you know, I'm always working.
Okay.
But you know, I think that your tongue, like you said, can definitely get you in trouble. And I think that's on really both sides, because I've watched to where, you know, you get to looking at things that's out in the world,
Mhm.
and you get a strong opinion about it, and then you get to speaking on those things. I watch brothers put it on they Facebook pages, not knowing that it's some of this stuff ain't got nothing really to do with the church. You know what I'm saying? And because when you get to talking to the world love his own.
Yeah,
And
man.
so
They
because
love his own.
they love his own, it gets real difficult, which you always supposed to be helping people out, but you know, they'll throw you to the wolves fast, and you know, and you
Quick,
help them out
fast.
because you know, yeah. And so
You think he
a
went
lot of
too far?
times we get,
You think he went too far? He shouldn't have stepped down because he stepped down quick. I can't
yeah,
lie. He
he
stepped
did
down
right.
within. You he did right. All right, all right. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask the rest of the
I
people the
think that
same
when
thing.
you do, yeah, I think when you do something or you say certain things that you know that it can hurt people, you should step down. You should make that
That's a
right.
mature
I'm
response.
saying,
Okay, you
yeah,
think that's
that's
a
a
mature?
mature
Okay,
response. Yeah,
okay. All right.
sometimes we need that season to sit down and reflect. You know what I'm saying, and I think that he did. That's what has to happen. Um, you know, with all of us, because I've said things because I've watched certain things that was happening on TV, and it might have been true what I was saying. It's things that I say to my wife that it might be true, but it's how you season it, it's how you say it. It don't make it to the point to where it should be said that way. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so I think that's the situation with this just as well. I think the church has allowed basically social issues to overcome now, and also the government to seep in, and they're conforming mainly to the beast system rather than to Christ,
But
to
the
the way of
crazy
what the
thing
book
is
is
the
saying.
church back in the days, even when I don't think I really remember where European evangelicals were speaking against, you know, there were certain churches like the Black Church, there were certain Catholics, certain individuals, certain professors, certain priests that would help with the civil rights movement, and the rest of the church would just be silent on it. But when people actually speak against saying social justice and that has no role, that's not the church's role in this and that, I think that's a little different right there where some of that stuff is coming in at. But hold on a minute. Don't hang on. Hold on. Roger, what's good with you? What are your thoughts, bro?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you? What are your thoughts? What do
Good,
you
good.
think?
I mean, he definitely had to step down. Like after a comment like that, and like I kind of feel like what Alan Parr was saying, like what could he have possibly thinking before that situation that led him to say that? You know,
But what do you take into consideration these older guys that were around in the 60s, these 70, 80-year-old pastors, or they need to be out the way because they don't even understand?
I mean, I take in consideration, but just because you have prejudiced views at 80 years old doesn't make it right. Like I also know 80-year-olds that was walking with Martin Luther King.
That's
So
true. That's true
it's
too.
that you have a heart issue. If you look at somebody who is undergoing, or a people group who has underwent all this stress and all this oppression, and say, oh, this is bad, you have a heart issue, and this heart issue stems from something way before it led you to say this comment.
You think a lot of these folks, just in general, white folk, black folk, that folks just talk and they don't really know a lot of white people. Say, oh, white people this, white people that, black people that, and they don't have 10 white folk, they don't have 10 black people on their phone. But they're going from television, they're going from what they heard, they're going from co-workers, from the grandparents, from what they think in their mind. A lot of what they see on TV with cops and this and that. A lot
Oh
of
yeah.
white people still now are not close and never have been in a black person's house, hanging out with them and chilling with them. We have a few younger ones that do, but most part for these older ones, 70 years old and all of this, and these are older white men control evangelical Christianity, period. And this is just what it is. So you definitely think he should have sat down. Some people, I was like, man, that's rough. He had to sit down behind that. But you do agree that some people didn't sit down behind certain statements or didn't
Oh
even
yeah.
think to apologize.
You got to be held accountable, and kind of like what you were saying. I know some people who look just like you and me, Africans, and they'll call us Akatas and all this other stuff, and say that, oh, black people lazy, off of the media that they see in Nigeria.
Or for the media.
So the thing is, you may not know what, our culture truly is or whatever, but don't don't randomize a whole people group saying, oh, they all lazy. I can say all white people don't shower. That's
Yeah,
a generalization.
he said the majority of them though. But so what he did was he add mix. Because me, I'm gonna be honest, as a black person, what he did was he's been around for a long time. He's old enough not to say that, but what he did was he mixed the older times with the new generation. The new generation, the majority of black people, I'm just gonna keep it honest with you, lazy as hell, don't want to work. That's just being honest. The old generation.
What you said?
The old generations, they wasn't like that. The old generation of black folk, black Americans, I'm not talking about foreigners, they don't like to work. And even Africans will come over and say, y'all some lazy mother effers. You know what I'm saying? And that's
y'all hear G-Con right now. G-Con said that now I ain't gonna act like I ain't never heard that before. He said black Americans.
Bruh.
You American folk. You got folk coming from you got some people coming from Nigeria. Listen, hold on. You got people coming from Nigeria. They say you got people coming. The old time West Indians felt a certain way. They be like, man, this opportunity is here. Haitians come here, they go to medical school, they're gonna do everything they can do, and there's some people that outside. I know you don't feel some type of way. I know you ain't sitting here listening to G-Con.
Yeah. And so let me say this. I just want to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
And so me personally, that is what I see. And so everybody always say, well, LeRon, you generalize a lot too, but you know why I do that? Because Christ did it. Because Christ says in the text, he says he committed himself to no man because he knew what was in them. And he got to talking about the end times. And so when you get to looking at the most of people, of human beings, especially Americans, we is lazy as hell as you get to looking at it. And then when you get to looking at black people that has been systematically oppressed, they have given up and have a defeatist mindset to where they take these state assistants and just lean it on back. You know what I'm saying? And that's the majority. They smoking, getting high, partying. Me and my sister was just talking about today. We watching Blue's Clues. And while we watching that, they got a gay pride parade in Blue's Clues cartoon. So this is the type of stuff that we look at that we're falling into, and we don't need to be falling with that stuff. So I'm just saying, it hurts to say that, but if we be truthful with ourselves, in this time today, not in the past, because our ancestors worked hard, but in this time today, the majority of black people that we see is lazy as hell. It's only a few of us that'll be in these meetings that we see right now, listen to Berean TV, trying to get them to act right. But the majority of these people is out here partying, getting high every day, selling weed. That's what's going on. We want to keep it real.
Wow, hold on.
Can I comment on that?
Please comment on it as a professional. Please comment on that.
Right. So a few things. Just, I think it's dangerous to make the same anecdotal, generally sweeping statements that got the brother removed from his position, even when it comes to black folk. I think what you said was valid when you spoke about how we have potentially a defeatist mindset due to like slavery and all this other stuff. I wholeheartedly agree with that, but that's not lazy. That's worn down, and that's a difference. When you feel like when you've been taught and you're being conditioned to think that you can't rise above a particular station, you're not lazy. If you adhere to that, you're bewitched, you're bamboozled, you've been led astray. So I think that it's disingenuous to conflate the two. I'm not going to say that, and it's anecdotal, and we don't even have the evidence to agree with that. Now, wait, let me finish, please. Let me finish. And what I will say is, in addition to how that statement was erroneous, it wasn't true. I will also say that it is extremely important that when we think about things like CRT, the sad thing is CRT is meant for colleges. It's not meant for secondary school, not and just high school, middle school. It's not meant for that, and so it's being used as a scapegoat by people who don't want to be held accountable. And on the flip side, I think that two things can be true. Do I think that most black people are lazy? No. Do I think that a large part of Black people are lazy? Yup. Just like I think a large
You
part of
saying
white
who?
people.
You saying this?
I'm saying a large part, just like I think a large part of white folks is
Jesus,
lazy.
take the wheel.
Just,
All right,
just
clean.
like
Let
I
me
think,
before I
just
start
like I
praying to
think,
Jesus.
just like I think it, to me, it's like when people say black on black crime. It's like, wait a minute. Yes. Do I think we should not kill each other from the rip? Yes. We all bear the Imago Dei. That is sin. But we don't say white on white crime. Like it's bananas to me that we've fallen into this trickery. And I will say this. One, I think he should have stepped down, not because of what he said was so egregious, but because it lended itself to a deeper issue that was his mentality about it. Like, and it takes a long time for you to uproot certain stronghold mentalities. And I think that that's why it was important for him to sit down, not because of his statement, but because of possibly where the issue. Thank you. Black unemployment at 8.8%, right? So so that means majority, over 90% of Black folk is working. All right. So with that having been said, I do think he should have stepped down.
That ain't what that means.
But wait a minute. It okay. So so I think he should have stepped down. I think that CRT is often used as a scapegoat. I think that Black folk, the ones who do kill each other, need to stop killing each other. I think we are old enough to walk and chew gum, and let's look at this data and analyze it, not from an anecdotal perspective, but from sheer out data perspective. And I'm saying this as a therapist, and I'm also saying this as somebody who's in these streets. I am a community organizer. I live in a city that got one of the highest murder rates. I live in Philly. You want to look Philly's murder rate up? It's higher than Chicago's and New York's right now.
Yeah,
so like, I'm in these streets. I was the director of a program. I was the director of. It's higher. I was the director of a program that. Okay, I was the director of a program that worked with young people who are more than likely to murder or be murdered by the age of 25. That's who I work with. So when we say this, I think I'm not saying this from an outsider perspective. I'm saying this from the perspective of somebody who works with young people. I'm saying it from the perspective of somebody that comes from the mud. I got murderers in my family. I'm not saying this from the perspective of somebody that's looking from the outside in or saying, well, I used to be about da-da-da-da. No, I'm saying I'm still in these trenches. And I do think it is important for us to address two things at the same time. And I think that when we use one to deflect from the other, that's a trick of the enemy. That's all I wanted to say about that. I think that is extremely important. Black people need to hold Black people accountable. White folk need to hold white folk accountable. And we need to have these discussions where we can have more of a robust disagreement. Like I don't have an issue with brother Kev disagreeing with anything I'm saying. I'm used to arguing with folk in my family all the time about all kinds of stuff.
This ain't
okay, G-Con. I'm sorry, G-Con. I'm sorry, G-Con. So I just say that to say yeah. Anyway, so that's it.
Well, let me respond real quick.
Respond to what you did. What you said is. Go ahead.
So one of the things that she said that I'm trying to conflate with just being tired. And so what happens is that I understand psychology very good, and I'm very, and I study psychology. Whenever you've been systematically oppressed, you can get sick and tired, but that sick and tired turns into a state of laziness, and also for you to have crutches, because this happens in the world. This is reality. And so when we look at it, like I said, if you look at our ancestors, they worked very hard. This new generation, they overcome us. And so then it shocks me to look at Bible believers, right, to say they Israelites, and they read the Bible and to say certain things that they say, because the Bible says that these people was lazy as hell and they was more wicked than all the nations. That's what the Bible says. The Bible says they were slowful, and then it also says that that's the world. When you start talking about, when you start looking at this, the stuff that he says that the world is going to be like that. And so you start looking at us, when the people is oppressed, and then they started feeling like they giving up, they start leading to these areas. So everything I say, I always say the majority. If you ask me, is the majority of the world wicked? I'm going to tell you, hell yeah. what I'm saying? Because they is. We don't like to really see. You go to the doctor, you don't say, I don't know what's going on with me, I'm just this and that. He asks you, what are you feeling, what are your symptoms, because he wants to help you. With black people, when we get there, and I'm not just saying black people, I'm talking about black Americans. When we got a problem, we don't want to take self-responsibility and deal with, hey, we got a problem in this situation. We want to swipe it and just keep swiping it and smearing over it like it ain't there. And then they get, when somebody start telling you the truth of the matter, then you want to get mad. Well, you ain't got to get mad. Just address it. Because if you say that you are a Bible believing person or an Israelite, you should know that what God was saying in that Bible. He said the people is wicked as hell. The majority of them is. So if you ask me, is the majority of white people wicked? Yep. You ask me, the majority of black people wicked? Yep. You ask me, is the majority of people lazy? Yep. If you talk about black on black crime, I can talk about international white on white crime. All of these things, it's the human way. Black people are the only black Americans. They act like the worst enemy you can have is a person that don't want to admit that they got sin. That's the worst person you can have around you. I had to tell my wife, every time we argue, you don't never want to admit that there's something wrong with this situation or something with both of us. And when you don't, that's dangerous. And a lot of black Americans, they act like we ain't got no problems, like it ain't nothing wrong with us. Yeah, we've been torn down, but we can do something about that. We can fix that.
I agree with that.
The generation that we're raising up now, we're not trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to do that. With drugs, all of it. Well, who put the drugs up? Who told you to take the drugs then?
Yeah, but I think that I agree with a lot of what you said. I just think that the issue is
Hold on, no. Hold on a second, sister. Honestly, don't even say nothing because he done stirred some people up. Elder, see that I just put the link back in there. J Mac, you hear the stuff. You hear the stuff. Come to the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And I'm in St. Louis, and I believe LaRon and I used to go to the same church,
Okay.
Dr. Burrs. So
yeah, we went to the same church, yeah.
Yeah. So
you know how he preach. He said the same thing I'm saying. He ain't saying nothing different. He said the same thing.
Well, Bishop Burrs used to say some of those things, but he didn't rag on black people. But let me lay out a few things because I don't totally disagree with you, but I don't make generalizations because I'm in my 50s now, and so when I look at younger people, sometimes I look at it from the lens of my generation or my parents' generation, and we fall into the trap of being that grumpy old man sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So I try to listen to some people that say, man, you just being hard on them. Now, I would agree that there are some young folk who are just lazy, don't want to do nothing, for whatever reason. I have no idea what that is. But to the sister's point, and I agree with her, to the sister's point, there are the majority of black people are working. I don't see the majority of black people being unemployed. So not anybody I know. Now, I don't know who you know, but not nobody I know. Now, maybe we run in different circles, but I'm just saying. So that being said, that there is an element there, but then you're both right. There are black on black crime, white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, whatever. And what are we supposed to do about it? Well, unfortunately we live in a sinful world, and until people, how do I say it? Until people either recognize that they need God or they need to turn from their wicked ways, they don't see it, man. And you live here, you see how some crime goes from one neighborhood to the other. So I said all that to say that part. Now, get into Brother Josh McDowell. I watched Alan Parr's video as Berean asked us to, and I get what Alan's trying to say, and I get but he shouldn't. How do you say? Yeah, these people are suffering from racism, but they're suffering from racism because they're lazy. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what he was trying to do there, but I'm glad he apologized. But like the sister said, he should have stepped down. My other biggest problem is nobody has checked. Well, people have tried to, but nobody has checked John MacArthur. He trashed black people. He trashed. I mean, he really trashed black people last year. Told them that they need to raise the kids better and they need to, get some morals and get some daddies in the house and I mean, he just generalized and said we just need to comply and stop crying about getting smacked upside the head by the police and I don't know. I mean, I already have issue. Like I said before, I already have issue with him as far as theologically in Calvinism. But then he goes and trashes black people. Then he goes and brags about being at Medgar Evers' house. I know I said this before. Then Medgar Evers' brother,
a little, yeah. I'm not sure what would that's him in the civil rights placing himself somewhere.
Yeah. He's talking about he went to the motel where Dr. King was shot, the Lorraine Hotel after the fact. Man, who cares, man? I mean, and Medgar Evers' brother said, I don't know him, and so I'm saying all this to say some people in the church show their racism. They have no contrition. They have no repentance. MacArthur is one of them. McDowell has repented and asked for forgiveness, so I think we should forgive him. If he's asking to be forgiven, we should forgive him. But the ones who are digging their heels on their racism, man, they're not my brothers. I can't call that man a brother. I don't know.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Go ahead.
When you start talking about blood, do you think you heard what LeBron say about Black Americans? Do you think foreigners come, other blacks come, African blacks from different parts of Africa, and they don't respect blacks in America and may feel that blacks in America are quote unquote lazy or don't want to get it in and work multiple jobs and get student loans and go to school at night and work 2 jobs in the day and all of this other stuff? You think there's a disrespect with foreign blacks? With American-born blacks, personally?
Yes, sir. There are some foreigners, blacks, that come here with that mentality. I don't know if they're getting it from media or if they're just coming here and they're being told not to trust Black Americans. But some of them do come with that nasty attitude. I see it on social media. I've seen it in some foreign blacks that I've met. But I won't pigeonhole all of them because I've met some great foreign blacks, and that have come here, and I've met some over social media as well. So, yeah, we have to deal with that element too. There are some arrogant ones in Africa right now judging us, saying, you guys think this, that, and other. And matter of fact, there was some of them that said they don't want to reconcile with us, as far as the transatlantic slave trade and all that other stuff. So, yeah, there are some out there. I agree with that. But I don't want to overgeneralize and say that they're the majority. I would hope not, but I pray not. You know what I'm saying?
The interaction that they have with us. Like right now, there's a brother who I have who calls me and asks me, do I know any workers that want to come and work? He'll pay them $2,200 to work. You know what I'm saying? And so I hooked 2 people up, trying to hook them up, trying to say, hey man, this dude said he'll pay you $2,200. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I send them over there, guess what they do?
Oh no.
Don't want to work, don't want to do right. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, G-Con, what kind of work is this? Holler at me, brother.
Truck driving. Yeah, this is truck driving.
Oh, truck driving. Okay.
Yeah,
well, I don't have CDL, so go ahead.
Yeah, I got the email. I got the text message he sent me, and I sent him a couple of workers. I had a partner. It was my partner. Love him to death. But I say, bro, I'm finna hook you up with this job. You're gonna be making some money that you ain't never made before. You know what I'm saying? Honest money. Hook him up with the job. He making some good money, right? Every chance he get, he want to be kicking it and don't want to go to work. You know what I'm saying? And so it makes me look bad because I didn't hook them up with the job. So these are the things that we have to teach them, because when you've been systematically oppressed, you got to overcome that. You can't just be saying, well, we know the world is against you, but that should make you work harder. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say they got experience with us to where they telling they people, watch out for these type of people. You know what I'm saying? And because we ain't like our ancestors used to be. We're not like we're not hard workers like how they used to be. They was building the wall at the same time while at war. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that in these days. Everybody, and then even with that, if you say that the world is against you, I was just telling my sister this today. We need more black business owners. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because you could be at a job and be lazy as hell. We see it all day long. You at a job lazy, ain't doing your job, holding up service, holding up the line, lazy as heck at your job. You need to be a business owner. You know what I'm saying? And whoever told you as being a black person, you can sit up and just work up under people all your life. That's cool, but you need to find some way on how to be a business owner. And a lot of people today, as well as my company, GCon Trucking, we raising people up on how to be business owners. You need to own something.
All right, that's important. Hold on a second. CJ Phillips, you said your thing was echoing? All right, maybe he couldn't find the headphones. Yeah. All right, go ahead. You got the phone on the floor, Ella.
Yeah, okay, I'm straight now. Seems to be. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Okay. Hey, everybody on the panel. Oh wow, I got a monster echo. Basically, what I was going to say was, I think what we're missing is wisdom. We don't need an old white man telling black people what they need to do. We need to understand the times. We need to recognize that like someone said earlier, we need to govern our own. And man, it's hard for me to say what I got to say. I'm hearing myself echo back because I don't have my earbuds on. But you got the gist of what I was trying to say. I'm gonna jump out till I figure out what's up.
All right. Lex Vortex, come to the microphone.
Peace.
Grace, peace. What's good? What are your thoughts?
I'm coming in a little late in the conversation. I seen the title "Race Relations," so I don't know if it's just we talking general race relations or to what GCon was just talking about.
You could touch on that. I played a video earlier, but if you want to share something on what GCon was talking about, if you agree or disagree, go ahead.
Well, no, I want to talk about some of the are we talking like racism, white supremacy type thing?
Yeah, or just the views. It may not be racist. That somebody who's involved in apologetic, European evangelical apologist, and he said some things, and he later stepped down from the ministry. About 2 days later, he stepped down from the ministry because he made a kind of a broad generalization about black people and having opportunity.
Oh, okay, I get it. Well, that's not surprising, evangelical Christian, because and I know a lot of y'all. I think y'all pretty much Christians on here, but I would say when it comes to racism, the foundations of racism was probably laid in the Bible itself.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
I mean, when you look at the Bible, right from the beginning, I don't know any other book or religion that separated a people and God was racist. I mean, he basically, in the Bible, it says that he chose these people to be above all other people on the planet. And the book also demonized other people and called them heathens. And even in the by God's permission, the Israelites were given the right to attack and oppress those people. So when I hear white evangelical Christians saying things about black people, I mean, they're just following the Bible.
Oh, so in your mind, it's just biblical. It makes sense. It goes hand in hand with the Bible.
Yeah. I mean, it's from the foundation. I mean, even when you go to not only the Israelites, I mean, who can deny that that's racism? That God, the creator of the universe, by the way, has a favored people. You know what I'm saying? Think about that mentality. And then you wonder why the people who had the book, or the people that call themselves Christians or whatever, they played that out in reality. Just like when the Europeans came to the Americas, they had manifest destiny, and they viewed the natives as Canaanites, and this was their promised land, and God was with them, and they conquered and did all of this in the name of Jesus. Now, some people will say, well, those wasn't real Christians, but they they did the same thing that Joshua did in the Old Testament in the name of God. They viewed themselves as chosen and above another person. So my question to you, Berean, would be, do you think that is racism? If a God says, you're my chosen people above all other people, I give you permission to go attack them and kill them and take their land because they're some low-life heathens. How is that different from what the Arabs or Europeans did to Africans?
All right, you good? You good? You done?
Yeah, I mean, with that question, I mean, I don't. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Anybody else? Elder Don, you want to say? You want to say something? Hold on, Jacob. Before we even get off into all of that, and where we start dealing with what does chosen mean, or a favorite nation, and what does that mean? And are we reading? Is it anachronistic if we're reading race into the Bible the way that he may understand that? Come on, oh no, the organist is here. Come on, Elder Don, for thunder, come up in here. Go ahead, Elder.
Grace and peace to everybody in the room. I don't think he should have stepped down, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack.
You don't think he should have stepped down?
No, I think that he should have stepped away for a moment, and came back and educate that group of people on what he said was wrong, and to have people like this on your panel to come up to say that the mindset of how they view us is wrong. Now, the question is, was he totally wrong in what he said?
Is he totally wrong?
But listen to this, Berean. When we back in the day, we were taught what? To finish school and you would get a good job. Most of us wasn't taught to go to college. You finish school because grandma only got an eighth grade education. Be the first one in the family to graduate from high school. Then you may get a job working at Ford, GM.
Oh yeah, that was big stuff. Yeah.
That was big stuff back then because
you could retire, buy a house, and everything else. Okay,
exactly. So the only thing that was offered to us at that time, because college tuition was still high back then.
Okay.
The only thing that prevented us from going to the big name schools is that wasn't the school that was offered to us. It was a lot of smaller schools, your junior colleges, some historical Black colleges. But when you went to those historical Black college and you did obtain your degree, which is awesome, master's, whatever, it wasn't viewed in the same way as the Division I school. So you hand your resume in, you're from Central State, and someone's from Purdue, and you're Black, they're white, automatically they was going to, back then now, and it probably is today, they're going to give that job to them. So guess what happens? That now this is where the defeat of the mind come in. Well, my mother, she went to this college. Look what she's working at. I'm not going to be spending all that time going to college and to do this and to do that. I'm just going to go out here and may get me a hustle job, or just, work at the post office, work at the city. So that's how the mind started changing about the upper echelon of having a good life, right? So I think that he should step away and re-educate his group and let them see the dynamics have changed since the 70s and 80s, because he's an older gentleman looking on the history of Blacks. Now he's looking at today's youth. They're not technologically savvy. They're not they come up with apps, but are they trying to move the meter to make their life better? So I think that he should have just stepped back.
He's probably gonna come back. He might, he made the last part said he made it sound like he was gonna educate himself and just like Nick Cannon, I guess, step back and talk to other people, take courses on Black history, or have preachers, rabbis, or whoever talk to them about the struggle and all of this other stuff. But you're a little up there in age. Maybe that's why you're looking at it that way. You can agree with him a little bit that blacks weren't pushed to college so much. In that sense, you kind of agreeing with him.
I'm agreeing with them from a collegiate standpoint because graduating high school. Some of you young people may not understand. There was a big achievement back then, and we were still falling through the cracks. The dropout rate was tremendous back then, and to graduate from high school was considered successful. Now, if you went to college, that was awesome, but where were you going? Where were you going? He's not going to lose out on all that money either. Trust me when I tell you, he's not going to lose out on that money.
All right. Hold on. Grace and peace, Thunder. Come with your thoughts, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You borrowed from dissertations in here, right?
No dissertation. So,
Okay,
racism. What's the title?
Race relations. When you seen the video, or you came in after the video played?
Yeah, I came after the video, but as far as I was kind of speaking to what G-Con, I heard G-Con. That's what.
Yeah, keep going. All right.
Yeah, okay. I'm with what he was saying about getting your own thing, and once you start getting your own thing, man, you start to look at stuff totally different. G-Con, he couldn't be successful. Nobody, you can't be successful without white people. You gotta have multiple streams from multiple ethnicities for the most part. So that in itself should expand your horizon as far as your outlook, your way of thinking as far as race is concerned. But if you know anything, racism, I'm looking at it, a belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. I've always had the mentality that racism doesn't exist. It's never existed at all.
You do business with white folk?
Say it again. You
do business with white folk?
Yeah, I got to.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know there's no way around that. I haven't worked since 2016. So I haven't had a job, man. So I have to the work the hustle I get. Yeah, I gotta have that. You gotta have all kind of stuff.
Okay.
But yes, as long as if you know the definition of racism, you start to look at stuff that nobody is superior to. No race is superior to any race based on physical characteristics, mental capacities that just don't exist. No, there's no way. That's no way possible. That's possible. So that was the original definition of racism, and then it morphed into what white people have formed it as. It's more prejudice and discrimination than race, But anyway, so when I agree with G-Con, I'm happy that he has gone the entrepreneur route. Look up the definition. Anyway, I'm not.
This dude is delusional.
Just look up, and that's fine. I could be delusional, but
he talking about you, or he talking about the screen.
No, he's probably talking about me.
No, I'm talking about the brother talking. I can't believe he said racism never.
Who's just talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Lex.
Hey, Lex, let me ask you a question. Is a race of people superior to another race of people based on physical characteristics or mental capabilities? Yes or no?
Or if everybody had the same equal opportunity, they'll equally make it.
Scientifically, to be politically correct, you would say no, but that is not that's not even the case.
Lex, Please
the case
don't.
of you saying whether it's
Lex,
actually
Lex,
by a lot. Hold on, brother.
Lex, don't filibuster, my brother. You answered the question. You said no, right?
Hold on, y'all. I see some people trying to come in. Hold on. Let the other people
I got
comment. Just give me 1 second. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
you
who
said
that is.
no, right? So another race of people is not superior to a race of people based on physical characteristics or mental capability. Yes or no?
That's what I'm saying. That you're over
Brother,
simple,
don't
brother.
get
Let
on
me
here
answer
with
you.
the ad hominems and stuff. Talking about he delusional.
No,
Come on,
all right.
brother,
You
don't
know
do
what, bro? Don't. I'm sorry if that offended you. Now,
that. Yeah,
let
that
me.
did offend me, man. Because
All
that's
right.
not
I'm sorry, brother. Let
all
me
right.
address what you're saying. I think that you have a very bad conception of racism. Now, the question you're asking me scientifically, there's gray areas there. You know what I'm saying? But that really doesn't matter what we believe. I mean, what it is, because racism is based upon what a group would believe. Whether it was true or not becomes irrelevant when they start practicing what they believe. Now, if you're saying scientifically it has not been proven that any race has any genetics that make them superior to another race, you're making a totally different biological argument when racism is something that happens socially and systematically. So that's why I said you're delusional, brother. I wasn't trying to insult you. Racism is an institution. It is systematic. It is something that is instilled in the consciousness of people. So
Brother,
for you to come along and say, "Oh, racism never existed," I never thought it existed, because scientifically, what we know
brother,
about scientific racism from the beginning was never legit. They used science to legitimize their racism. That's why it was called scientific racism,
my brother, you know what prejudice is?
to prejudge.
You know what discrimination is?
Yeah.
Do you know what racism is?
Yes.
Are there a difference between those three things?
Yes.
Yes.
Brother, go.
But they're intertwined.
With all due respect, I'm not gonna disrespect you like you did me. I'ma just say, go back and look at the definitions, my brother, and then
Okay.
maybe you'll have a different. I just
Let
have
me
a
ask
different
you a quick
opinion.
question.
Hold on, Lex. I have a different opinion than you, man. That shouldn't.
All right. I just want to ask you, what is racism?
I just read it. Okay. A belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular
Okay.
race.
Now, I understand where you're coming from, brother. You're reading this definition.
All right.
Are you saying that the definition and the act in installing this, embedded it in a socio-political way, is the same thing? If you want to go by definition and say, well, according to the definition, science cannot prove that anyone's superior, yet racism doesn't exist. But brother, racism, the belief that it does, has been implemented socially and politically in society. Do you disagree with that?
Lex, you got to start with the beginning first. I mean, you're jumping past the.
Do you agree with that, brother?
No, I don't agree with nothing you just said.
Jim Crow wasn't racism.
My brother, can you let me? I'm okay. Let's do this. Jim Crow, was Jim Crow prejudice, discrimination, or racism?
Racism.
How was it racism?
And it wasn't just racism. It
Stop.
was
Don't do that.
Bro, I'm gonna get. Hold on.
All right, hold on, y'all. Too. Let me.
I want to give you a.
Let me bring some other two people on. Some other folks on that want to share some stuff. Grace and peace. Romel, what you want to share something on? What are your thoughts? Can you hear me?
I'm from Baltimore, for real.
Huh?
Oh, you can go first. Look.
I'm not sure.
You can go first.
You can hear. Go ahead. Come to the microphone, bro. You got the floor. All right, Ronald, what are your thoughts?
Rest in peace, everyone. Everyone hear me?
Yeah, yes, I'm fine.
To the video, I think it's him stepping down is a good thing, because it's bad for the belief as a whole, because it'll make him look like he's a closet racist. Because like you said earlier, what is he? What Alan Parr said, what is he saying behind closed doors?
How
But
you
I do.
think? No, I could agree with that. But how you think in general, with everybody looking, we got other people in here that's not even believers speaking on that and evangelical, just the whole, just white folk in Christianity in general.
Because I'm a Christian myself, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you think? What do you think as a believer with this whole thing? Is this
I think that
CRT, is racism, is all of this stuff splitting the church, or the church been split? And there's some conversations that we need to have, because these folks speaking their mind, and there's some things. You heard what G-Con said too, right?
Yeah, and I agree with the G-Con and his sister in a little bit.
You
The reason
agree?
why I
What
say
you
that,
say that again?
I agree a little bit with G-Con, a little bit with the sister said. Why? Because I would say I'm Jamaican. I came here in '92, right?
Okay.
And as a culture, when you grow up in because I grew up in New Jersey, and if anybody in New Jersey has been in Newark or Trenton, a lot of Jamaicans in Queens and Brooklyn. So I've been
all over. Yeah.
I've been all over the hoods on the East Coast, and I've been to Philly, so I know how crazy it is out in Philly. But once you come from the Caribbean and you come from poverty, you kind of understand. When you come to a new country, you're looking for opportunities. So when you look at the dominant culture and what they can't see that they have, they are prejudged. Like we do prejudge them. From Africans,
you admitting that?
Yes, we do prejudge African Americans. We believe that they are lazy, because when we come in these hoods and we see all they want to do is bust, sell dope, sell crack. Most of my friends were African Americans. All of their brothers and their fathers were in jail. They were hustlers themselves. But I don't believe it's a people problem. I believe it's a cultural issue. I believe as a whole we continue to, because a lot of them, I like the people, so I can't say it's the people because I know a lot of good brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's a culture issue because I grew up in a culture where hard work matters, where that matters. Where if you don't eat, you survive. In Jamaica, we starve to death if you don't eat. Where there's a government help in America, but when you see a lot of your friends not taking full advantage of the opportunities they have, where all we got to do is find a hole in the wall, put some chairs and some tables up, put some nice tables, sell some beef patties, and our cultural food you got to store, we're feeding ourselves. Why they can't do the same thing. So there is a look like they are lazy, because even today they're still complaining about racism. Even when you can start a business on your phone, and then they're still complaining about how they're being held back when the evidence says something different. Now, like I said, it's looked at from a cultural perspective, because if we're being fed African American culture outside the U.S. from rap music, love and hip hop, like that's what we're fed.
Nothing but trash.
Right. And I grew up in the '90s, so I watched the Cosbys. I saw a different world. I saw the shows where black college kids were going. That was the prominent promotion. Once that was gone off television,
that was it.
It was
that
gangsterism.
Was done.
It was gangsterism. Nobody cared about college. Nobody cared about black power. It's more like who wants to be the biggest hustler. Everybody wants to be Larry Hoover. Everybody wants to be Nicky Barnes or Frank Lucas. We want to be the biggest hustler. Yeah. So a lot of black men started following that as their example of masculinity. So a lot of the movies and the culture that we held high esteem is gone, because I believe that it changed. I believe America played a part.
You think you kind of, can't say conspiracy, so you believe some people kind of connected gangsterism with rap music and busting your gun, and the positive message in music was lost. Positive TV shows lost, and horror and everything came about.
Because if you think about it, we're the one, and I'm saying we're because we're all as a people. I believe that whatever affects African Americans affects all of us as people of color, because they don't disseminate. They don't say black people. They don't say African Americans. They say black people as a whole. So I believe I'm a representation of that. I always have to live above it whenever I'm in white spaces, because I do believe they all look at us like that. I don't believe that they themselves, unless I said I'm Jamaican, even because I'm here in Jersey, the predominant culture that work the hardest is the Hispanics. Like I work in logistics. They run the logistics space. They'll work from morning till night, do double overtime, broke late. I know a couple brothers, they couldn't even get in because they couldn't pass the drug test. So so that's why I kind of run with G-Con, but I also can say it's a little bit of a cultural thing that they kind of got to get over than it is actual something wrong with the people themselves. So I don't agree with that. I don't believe it's a spiritual thing. I believe it's a cultural thing.
May I say something to that, please?
Elder, go ahead. Don.
Well, you know, I live.
Now remember, there's an age difference. He said he came. I don't know. He didn't say he aged, but he said he came in '92. But go ahead.
Well, yes, but I'm just talking about from the cultural standpoint, Jamaican. I'm around Jamaicans all the time. My wife is Jamaican. My whole side of the family is Jamaican. I'm up here near Toronto, and guess what? The same thing is up here. You got lazy Jamaican folks up here. You know, and everybody don't have a patty table and selling different things. The culture, the how can I say, the system. That's what we're trying to say. The system has caught up to the culture of these young men that's up here near Toronto. Guess what they're doing now? They don't want the education. They're gunmen now. You know what a gunman is?
Yeah. But that's the younger ones now.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
all in Brooklyn, all in Queens, them older Jamaican got houses. Now they kids, I don't know what them kids growing up here. I don't know. They done got hold of that rap music. I don't know what's wrong with them, but them older ones, every one of them older ones come from the West, all over the West Indies. They come and they claim to get it in.
It is younger generation. A lot of them are into this whole trap stuff. A lot of them are
trap music.
Shifting to that. But
right.
Culturally, but as a culture, right? Other than in Jamaica, where we do have a lot of crime, as a culture, laziness is frowned upon as a culture. Yes, some of us come here and they go to Canada, they go to the UK, and they do fall into whatever the dominant scene is, and that's fine. Like like the brother said, every group is not escaped from crime and laziness.
Right. But I know you want to take pride. I know you want to take pride in your people.
No. It's not a pride.
No. I'm not. No, listen, bro. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me as an African American. But the moment you start to admit that we have a problem psychologically, then that's gonna help your people. Because I'm gonna be honest with you.
You trying to act black people got a bigger problem than anybody else?
No. I'm not really worried about nobody else. I'm worried about right now what we're talking about right now. Okay. And the problem is, so I'm addressing the issue we got right now. Like I'm gonna tell you this right now, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And you a little bit older. Y'all, I'm 40 years old. You may be a little bit older than me. But let me tell you what I experienced on being out in the streets. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You're gonna get the real spill. When I was out there selling drugs and hustling, that was fun to me. Messing with the different women, kicking it, joking and joning on the block. You know what I'm saying? That was fun to me. And that's what's going on today. I'm saying I can sit around, hustle, then go lay up. You know what I'm saying? So all of this, so all of this, so playing around and saying that y'all act like y'all don't know what it is. I think that older people, now no disrespect, y'all might want to step to the side and really view what's really going on here, because because Dr. Richard Barris, that's what he taught us. That's what he was teaching. And when he said that, I had to look around because he was a big time dope dealer, and I was too. So when I seen that, I said, you know what? As much as I want to take pride in, even Christ didn't even take pride in his people like that. He says, even God the Father, he said right in the text, he says that there is none righteous, none good. They all have gone astray, and it was only a remnant. So if he's telling you that there's a remnant, man, why can't you understand that this is the world way? So let's not get on here and act like we don't know that there's a problem going on within our communities. I'm saying, and not address it. Now we could deal with that other stuff. You're talking about police our own communities. Black people in America do not like to police their own communities at all. Because I'm gonna tell you why. They have this thing called the G code. And you don't want to hear this, but the G code is that you can't snitch on nobody. And who's gonna protect me when little Daryl go in my house? So you watch them do it, but you ain't gonna snitch on them. So all that old stuff that y'all be talking about, y'all might want to step to the side and let people who gonna speak the truth rise up and also help out the communities. We don't need no more pastors in the communities always asking for a handout. If you ain't been in the communities giving out no money, helping people out, you shouldn't be in the communities asking for nothing. We don't need nobody that's gonna speak every Sabbath, but ain't doing nothing in the communities. We don't need that no more. We need activists that's gonna stand up, preach the truth, and gonna say in love and willing to die for that what they're saying, even if people gonna stone them, because that's what the prophets did. They didn't go to Israel telling them, oh, they're not going to come into this land that God is with you and we're just a holy people. Nah, God, that ain't what God told them to do. So let's stop this playing games and recognize that we got some problems going on and we have conformed to the image of the beast and we're conforming every day. And we need to come up out of that.
May I just say something?
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, who's there? Who's that? Roger?
Roger, yeah.
Go ahead.
So, like, I'm 24, you feel me? And from what you said, ain't nobody is out here selling drugs no more. You can't do that. So these young folks who's running around, it was your generation who did it. And your generation passed it to this generation. This generation.
You talking
I'm talking about everybody before me who's over 24 and in a different generation. It was literally, you have to look at why things happen. Why don't black people have businesses? The white people stopped us from having them. In Detroit, because I'm from Detroit. When we had the 67 riots down here and they burned down the city, it was because these white people was coming in and killing folk who had these little clubs and these little, like he was saying about the little beef patties and stuff like that. We had that. Detroit was one of the richest cities in the nation. And
who burned Detroit down? Who burned Detroit down? Black folk or white folk?
Black folk burnt the city down because they were outraged. But look at this. That happened because of something. It's a cause. Look at the cause. But don't sit up here and say, oh, racism doesn't. It exists. And there is a problem, but the problem is the education, because it does not matter how much money you make in America. It's about what you keep. It's about your credit. We're not teaching children about credit. We're not teaching children about debt. And if we teach children about debt, credit, how to build wealth, what is net worth? How can you build wealth in America? That's how us as a people can succeed, but not telling them you can make money all day long. You can make millions. You see it all the time. Ballers, they go to the league, they come back because they broke. You need to actually teach these children, and the children, and I'm saying the ones under me and my age group, how to keep money. So the problem in America has always been that, because in kind of like what Thunder Thump, whatever he was saying about racism starts from an individual's heart first. Racism is born from an individual, then it leads to systematic racism. So you cannot have racism outside of the individual first. So, and racism is a real thing. It's not a fake concept that was invented. Now, race is a fake concept, but racism is not.
Brother Green, I have a couple of questions.
Comment on that. I know the panel's a little uneasy about some of the real things I said, especially pertaining to the Bible. But first, I want to address the first thing about the Jamaicans and other black people from other places coming to America, call African Americans lazy and stuff like this. A lot of the time, a lot of the people that come from other places, they've been so impoverished, and I think they have a certain amount of jealousy and envy for black people. And I do find it offensive, because the only reason why they're even able to come here to work like good slaves that they want to be is because of the bloodshed. It wasn't laziness that opened the opportunity for all these other foreign blacks to come here to take advantage of that. People had to die, get lynched, fight, work for 400 years, fight and do all this stuff so you can come over here and get 14 jobs and act like you're doing something with no power. You understand what I'm saying? Another thing is when we talk about let's get some wealth and I'm lazy. Okay, and some people got some houses and maybe they did get their stuff together. It's still a good slave mentality. You know what I'm saying? Because like anybody can come to America, right, and work hard, and you can get a house and a car, but you ain't got no power. You're not really seeking independence. You're looking to be comfortable in your slavery. You don't have control over the destiny of your people or what's going to happen. So even during the time of Rome, you had people Israelites that was in the Roman army or became senators, or you had the Pharisees and the Sadducees that was in line with the Romans in politics, but their people for the most were being oppressed. Christ said the poor will be with you always. So we have like these real delusions when it comes to the system and numbers. We're under a system called capitalism. In that system, there must be a permanent underclass. The reason why systematic racism works through the system of capitalism, because they have decided who is going to be the permanent underclass and who is going to be the 1% that ultimately control the wealth. So yes, people can work hard. And when we talk about our youth today, that's poverty. They're not lazy. What are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. I'm not saying that, listen, anybody, right? No, not victimhood, right? With the right mindset and the divinity that's within someone, you can overcome all type of obstacles. But to sit here and talk about the delusion as if people are just lazy. Well, why is if Jamaicans are so hardworking, then why ain't Jamaica one of the most prosperous nations on earth? Why
May I
ain't
say something?
Trinidad one of the most prosperous nations on earth if they're so hardworking? You know why? Because there's some people who have took control of the resources. They call the 1%. 1% own 90% of the wealth, and they don't plan on giving it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about making excuses, but when we get away from reality, and you know what this is, and I ain't gonna be too long-winded. This is what we call straight coonery. A couple of Negroes get something for themselves and act like every person, like 40 million black people are gonna open up a business.
All right, come on, Thunder. What your thoughts?
Hold on. Can I address that real quick?
No. I want to hit Thunder first because he's doing sign language. Like
Thunder, let me get him, Thunder, because he
get who? How go you want to get?
Let me get him.
Hold on.
I got history with Lex Vortex, right? History. Now, this the main brother with this history that he do computer technology. You know what I'm saying? Now, in America, it's very easy to make money in America. They're going to pay you to entertain them, especially with technology and we deal with the social media and all of that. It's easy to make money, right? Now, he say, because a couple of people. Lex is a great speaker. But since I met Lex, that's all he's been, is a great speaker. When you look at G-Con Trucking, G-Consciousness Trucking, we actually helping black families, giving them business mindsets. See, what they don't teach you is, yeah, you can go get the education. That's an asset. But you need to have a career and a business to pass that down. See, white people pass down inheritance to their people, and other cultures to their people. They always got a business family with their education. We don't do that. So then when you look at people that come into America, you say, well, it's not laziness. It's just what. No, hey, bro, listen. If I sit back and have 7 kids, right, and the government gonna pay me for those 7 kids, why the hell I'm finna get a job? you see, he don't think like this. He don't understand that. I'm not, listen, if I got 7 kids, right, I'm sitting back having 7 kids, I can sit at the crib. Sometimes I can even have, you can even have a man to come down. I'm on Section 8. Why the hell would I get a job with 7 kids when the government gonna take care of me? This is what's happening to our people. So then when you talk about business and having a business mindset, so you say, because a couple of people got home, he talking about me. Oh, because he got a house and a nice car, this and that or whatever. Because that's really what he's trying to say. Nah, we actually helping black families. We ain't out here just talking, bro. That's what we've been doing. We're doing that, bro. We're creating a system.
And when you count the majority of people been doing it in the community, you got to say the church been doing it. The church been doing some stuff, but now individual people. But hold on, G. Right now, go ahead. I'm gonna let you. All right, go ahead.
Let me just end it real quick. Let me just close and land. So all this old.
Y'all talking about landing like y'all pilots. Go ahead and land.
So all this old what he's saying, talking about he's in denial, because that's basically what he's in. He's in denial. That's why I say it's saying like, because Lex is 40 plus, but what I'm seeing is these 40 plus, they really don't know what's going on out here. They really don't know. They ain't really out in when the way he's saying it. Have you even been on these streets? do you really know what's going on? Because I know what's going on out here, and I know what these youths is talking about, and I know what I was talking about, what I was doing. So all this old make believe, what you're speaking is not in reality, son. You know what I'm saying? Some of the stuff you said that is true, but the major cases this is a lot of people is getting drunk, getting blowed, getting high, and that's what's causing people not to really see what's going on right there. That's the problem right there.
Can I say
All
something?
right, come on, wait, Thunder. All right, come on. You, Ronald, what are
Let me
your
say
thoughts
something
on
real quick.
the cultural part, the Jamaicans,
I mean,
everybody ain't got, what do you good?
that's one of the discussion I don't really like to have with African Americans. It always leads to disrespect. Listen. If
Okay.
I didn't disrespect African Americans. I said the perception outside of America is what is presented to us.
To present, yes.
Is what we see outside of America, and then
Just
what is
being
presented
honest,
to
yes.
us. And when we move into these hoods, I didn't talk about black suburbs. We move into these hoods, Flatbush, and yes, Jamaicans now, young men are taking part into the crime. But in the 90s, it wasn't as much of us. When I came here in Jersey, in Newark, there's not a lot of Jamaicans in this area that was taking part, especially in the gangs, the Bloods and the Crips that flooded the East Coast in the 90s. It kind of reaffirmed the perception we were given coming here. And our parents didn't want us to associate with. I had dreads when I was younger. My mother told me to cut my dreads because I look suspect. Because every week somebody from Newark was on the TV. Crime Stoppers wanted for murder had dreads.
And y'all stealing cars and running and busting and doing everything.
So the perception, we try to avoid the perception. It wasn't a disrespect. I'm saying culturally, what you valued at that time was an issue that caused the destruction. So you don't have to lead to the disrespect. Because at the end of the day, every culture has an issue. When it comes to Jamaicans, okay, yeah, Jamaica is as an island as a problem. The only problem is we don't allow that mentality to defeat our ability to succeed. So we continue to fight for those kind of rights, right? Because when you don't know, you can't do. Because when we get our independence, one of our first prime ministers was a CIA agent, and we know that. Once two white men went to be prime ministers of Jamaica, the streets ran red. Guns came in. Jamaica don't even make guns. We can have the biggest gun that ever made in America come through Jamaica. How? Who owns the ports? Well, we know that. And the difference is we don't use that as a crutch for our inability to succeed and instill certain kind of values in our children. So let me just stop you there with the disrespect, because that's issue. Even rap music. If you didn't have Jamaicans, you wouldn't have Biggie. If you didn't have Jamaicans, you wouldn't have Colin Powell.
Heavy D, everybody, come on.
Like, we are intertwined as a people. That's why I said I don't kind of take myself away from being part of what's going on. So please, brother, you only got to lead with the disrespect. We are all intertwined. We all have to deal with racism. I have to deal with racism as much as you. They don't ask you what culture. They don't ask you what country with. They see your skin and automatically have a perception about you. I'm just saying and agreeing that yes, there is a perception because of what is presented outside of America. And we said we don't want to involve ourselves with that. Now, it's not a people issue, it's a cultural issue, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let the other brother talk. I could tell you exactly when I knew there was an issue. Have you ever watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where Carlton was what black men didn't want to be, and Will, the slacker, is what everybody liked? And I always looked at it. I was like, I wonder how the one person who wanted for success for himself, we clowned. Carlton was considered a clown, even though he was probably would have been 10 times more successful than Will. And Will, the slacker, who was wanted to listen to hip hop, he wore his cap backwards. He always wanted to be a hood, wanted to be down, until he clicked in his head that this wasn't it. And towards the end of the series, and that literally is an image of how it transitioned in the 90s from this Black Power movement. So we want to be Frank Lucas in these streets. And I agree with the young brother, because I'm 36, so the generation in the 30s and older than that did continue on that mentality and didn't tell the young brothers they shouldn't do different. Because if that was the case, Nipsey Hussle would have still been alive, and they wouldn't still be gangbanging to this day in LA and certain places. And right now, being a Crip on the blood is the biggest thing now in music. Pop Smoke is Jamaican. His mother is Jamaican. So we understand that it's a culture issue that we all have to deal with as a people. Yes, Jamaica has that problem too. I'm leaving it there.
Brother
Can I,
Beran,
can I, can I
Brother Beran,
respond
I have
to
a
that?
question. I have a
Well,
question
hold on.
for
Whoever for what, the Jamaican brother right here?
I have a
Yeah.
question for him. I have a question for G-Con and Thunder, and I can make it quick if that's
Oh my
okay.
God.
All right, we ain't finna go with all them questions for these folk right here, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me hear what
Yeah.
the question is.
Well, no, I don't have a question for the Jamaican brother. I just want to say I understand what he's saying as far as the perception. There was during the year there was some people from Nigeria trying to tell me how to vote based on some stuff they were seeing over social media. But G-Con, I wanted to ask you, because when you were talking about how it was hard to get some black truckers, but I've got some contacts in the trucking industry too, and I've been told that it ain't just black truckers, it's truckers in general. That the trucking industry in general is having a problem, not just black drivers. So if you can address that whenever you get a chance, and to Thunder, brother, if the Constitution, 3/5 of a man in the Constitution, if slavery, if Jim Crow is not institutionalized racism, then what in the world is it? And that's those are my questions, and I'm gonna drop off and listen.
All right.
Honestly, do me a favor before Thunder get on here. Read that screen for me.
It says you have to understand what type of people you're dealing with. They are trying. They are very crafty. Tharp.
Controls the media. What are
control
what
the
our
media.
kids
Okay,
see?
thank you. I'm
It's
sorry.
all
I'm
by
struggling.
design. Don't be deceived. All the inventions blacks have made, not one own a patent. What
Can
people got that?
Can I speak to this really quick? I just want to speak to this,
it.
and then they can respond to his questions. As we were talking, and Lex Vortex is in the purgatory in the back asking when can he come out, but
no, he can stay there for a minute. He can stay there for a minute. Be good.
But when we were talking, when I was listening to people, I really don't think we understand the historical context of a lot of things, and I'm gonna try to make it brief. I remember when I was in Africa, I was in I went to 3 different countries, and I was in Senegal, and I remembered this guy says to my friend, "Hey, Black American boy, where's your gun?" So we like, what? He said, "What do you mean, where's my gun?" He said, "Don't all you Black American boys kill each other?" He said, "Where'd you get that from?" My man said, "From the Beretta, putting all the holes in your sweater, the money getter." He used to start spitting Biggie Smalls, "Give me the loot." Right? And so we like, wait. So then my friend says to him, "Well, where are the lions at?" He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Don't you live with lions and got flies flying all around you? You all emaciated, durka and all that other trash?" And he was just like, "My lions are in a zoo and I have 3 maids. What are you talking about?" And so I believe that we're doing the same thing right now that the individuals who created the concept of race wants us to do, which is argue amongst ourselves. I believe wholeheartedly that we are taught the worst parts about each other, which has some truth in it, but it is not the truth. That's all I'm saying. I think that racism is both individual, personal, right? But it's also systemic. And if we say it's not one or the other, we are missing it. Racism is a belief. So for Thunder to say that racism ain't real, I could believe whatever I want to believe. You can't say that my belief ain't real, because that's what Lex was saying. Now to the point is race ain't real. If we're gonna be honest, race ain't real. But an individual can believe that they're superior to somebody and create a structure that and a system based on that faux superiority. And as a result, we can become so wounded that we end up being reactionary throughout life, and that we have internalized self-hatred and start thinking that we the worst thing on the planet, or we just got to be so good, we got to prove ourselves to the white man, or we could become so defeatist in mentality that we think ain't nothing going to be right. I might as well smoke weed and die. I'm saying both of those are two sides of the same oppressive, demonically inspired systemic coin. Now, I agree with a lot of what Lex Vortex was saying, except for the part when he started talking about God's favorite and all that other stuff. I'm like,
Yeah,
he
he confused.
doesn't
That's
understand
okay.
it from a scriptural perspective. But amen. Two things can be true. I don't think he understands it. And when he talks about God having a favorite and God could do, like, God raised up other people to discipline Israel. So what about anyway? So I'm saying all of this to say we got to look at it from a historical perspective. And to the brother's point, just think about what happened with redlining. We were cut out of the New Deal. We were literally cut out of the New Deal. So if you understand how systems work, there's this thing, and I'm going to end on this note. There's this thing called a model minority. And a model minority is when America projects a lazy image of Black folks to people in other countries and then say, hey, don't you want to come here for these opportunities? You can outshine these Negroes. And then they make a way for people from other countries to come here and get opportunities that people from here don't get. Case in point, there was a study in Harvard that they did a study. They said that they have African Americans versus continental Africans. They did a study and it said continental Africans were getting into Ivy League schools at higher rates, not because their grades were better. That's what a lot of people thought. No, they actually studied it. It was because once the Black African American kids got into the schools, they were actually demanding more from the universities than the African kids. The African kids were so happy to come to the schools
They keep their mouth shut.
realized what they were entitled to. So the Black kids would get into school and be like, yeah, no, we're going to start a revolution. This ain't right. We got to do more for the people. If I'm coming from a place that's worse, think about it like this. If all I know is crumbs and you give me a loaf of bread, then I'm going to be grateful. Whereas Black folks in the nation is like, nah, we are owed the steak. That's it. We are owed the steak. There's a poem by Langston Hughes that says, joy, it says, luck are the scraps that fall from joy's table. Sometimes a bone is thrown. I think Black people in our society right now really want to eat from the table because really we believe it's standing on our backs. Now, with that having been said, I'm done. Y'all could say whatever. I believe racism is a belief, and you can't say a belief is false. And it's also a system that is set up on beliefs. You can have a belief that's not true, yeah, but it's still a belief.
Hey, Thunder, don't stop that. Don't stop that.
You can have a belief that is not true, but you cannot tell me that I'm not believing something. Like I could believe 1 + 1 is 54. To Thunder's point, I could believe 1 + 1 is 54. Am I wrong? Yeah, I'm wrong. It's 2 left shoes. It's 1 + 1 is 2 all day.
But you still believe it. But you still believe it. You still still. Come on, Thunder. Come to the. I hate when people be doing the sign language. What's up? What's the matter?
All right. Excuse me, man. I apologize. I'm not even going to address that. I'm a leave that. I'm gonna let that just stay right where it's at. So, what I was saying with race. Let me ask you a question, Brother Berean. Are you oppressed right now?
No, not right this second. No.
All right, cool. Have white people oppressed you down through your years?
No, the bad thing is the few white folk. I don't really have a lot of. I don't really be on it with white folk like that. But the white folk that I did, I can't lie. There's some white folk I rocked with. They actually helped me more. They helped me.
Yeah, 100%.
They helped me. They ain't oppressed me at all.
Again, the premise is very simple. No, do you believe that white people are superior to you, Brother Berean?
Oh no, not me. No.
Period.
No. Period.
So the reason why I have that mindset is because I've seen how you doing, Brother Slick.
Hold on, I'm putting it in there. Somebody there, you got the church folk hitting me about the link. Don't. Go ahead. All right, I'll put it in there.
I've seen a lot of, and this goes back to what the Jamaican brother was saying, I believe, where
I think he's still here.
Right. It kind of goes back to
I'm here.
people using a lot of stuff as an excuse. They'll use race as an excuse. They'll use the white man oppressing me. All these are excuses to fail. And what I've learned down through my 43 years is that if you allow people to make excuses, that's exactly what they're going to do. So with me, I always try to eliminate excuse and look for the best result. So using YouTube, using Google, all these tools that we have, you can learn different trades. You can learn different information. I have definitely learned. I haven't worked in almost 7 years now. So when you look at the world from another angle, you start to realize that white people aren't oppressing you like you think that's happening, and white people aren't even trying to oppress you. You can go to Amazon right now as a drop shipper and make 7, 8, 9, 1,000, 2 every day for the rest of your life. When you look at Brother Berean got almost 200 people in here. If we gave $5 per show, Brother Berean be making $1,000 a show times 365 will give you what?
I don't know. That might sound good right there. Shut your mouth.
Very substantial income for Brother Berean, right?
Wow.
Dallas Jordan, he's a barber. A couple people here barber. G-Con is a trucker.
A trucker, he going to jump on right now.
A lot of folks is making a lot of. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. You already know per capita, black people.
Black folk get money in Atlanta. Black folk get money in Atlanta.
Just like G-Con say, there is enough money in the United States alone. We ain't even talking about foreign exchange. We ain't even talking about Forex. We ain't even finna get in that. We just talking about right here in America. If you learn about the foreign exchange, if you learn about the stock market, if you learn about let's just say leasing cars, hell, you could be an Uber driver and make $200-300 every day right here in Atlanta. Dog, I'm not finna hear nothing about no race. White people ain't holding you back. Nobody holding you back from doing what you're supposed to do, doing what's possible. White people ain't got nothing, no law, no kind of nowhere that's prohibiting black people from being successful at this point. The brother bought a Jim Crow. That is not racism. Read
the screen, Thunder. Read the screen, Thunder.
Where else can a slave live like a king but in America? Money don't make you free, brother. Okay, he don't believe that money equals freedom. That's on him. Let him be a plumber. Let him do what he do. Brother, as a plumber, you should be making between $60, $70 an hour. To me, that could buy a whole lot of freedom, in my opinion. But that's you, brother. I ain't got nothing to do with you're an older gentleman, so I don't want to comment on what you're talking about at all. So if you don't believe that money buys freedom, let me ask you, Brother Berean, does money buy freedom?
Money can open up the door for some opportunity.
Money can open up.
Happen, they shut it down right now. And I can't get a plane ticket. If I got money, I can get a private jet. I can get a helicopter.
Listen,
I can get a boat up out of here.
I don't have the same.
If I had the money, yeah.
Matter of fact, if you don't like America, if you think you're a slave here in America, go back to Africa.
No, he didn't. I know you ain't just
go. If you don't want to be a slave, that's fine. Go back to Africa and let's see how you work out over there. So my point is, this is my whole point. No, he put it up there, brother. I ain't call him out. He called me out. So I'm just responding. So my point is, to the 24-year-old brother, and I agree with him that we left him a bad hand. We definitely we have well, brother, money will buy you freedom as a slave. Let me ask you, Brother Berean.
Money used to buy your freedom. People used to buy their freedom.
These are stupid. I don't want to call black people. This is ridiculous at this point, man. Money is freedom.
How much do doctors make?
Hold on.
Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute. Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm trying to work my way to you now. I'm working my way to you right now. So as a 24-year-old, you're correct. We have left you a bad hand, and we have perpetuated this whole thing that you all are forced to deal with. Lack of fathers. I'm with you on that, brother, and I agree with you to a certain extent. But I also know 24-year-old millionaires. You see what I'm saying? So you can sit and keep on blaming white people for your oppression.
I never blame white folk.
Hold on, who's this talking? Hold on, who's this talking?
I don't know.
It's Roger.
What you
Hold
say?
on,
What you
no,
say?
no, that wasn't it. It was roll. Hold on, just hold on. No, nobody unmute themselves. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. So yeah, you can go about it and keep blaming white people for you not having what you need to have. You could do that, but brother, where I'm from, where I live, black people getting it. G-Con, he was a drug. You either gonna get it legally, illegally. But there, in my opinion, I don't believe white people have anything to do with my success other than them contributing to it. White people have contributed to my success. Point blank, period. You have Slick. If you're telling white people pay you right now, Slick. What are you talking about? White people are paying for you and your 7
Good white
kids.
person. He done testified. He gonna shut
This
his
is
mouth.
craziness.
Good
You got
white
7
folk.
kids, brother. These white people are paying you right now for you to help feed your family. White people are not oppressing you. White people, a lot of white people will help you before black people will. How about that? How about that? So
wow.
Am I lying? Well, white people help you. Who will hurt you more? Who will hurt you quicker, brother Berean? A black person or a white person?
Oh my God, bro.
Go ahead. Tell me. Exactly. You
Yo,
don't
can
want to
I
say it?
address this guy,
Ain't
please?
no,
Berean?
No, let Thunder go. Let
me
Thunder,
go.
he on the organ right now.
Don't
He
cut
on
me
the
off.
organ right
I
now.
ain't cut
You
you off.
black folk gonna get this medicine.
Listen, y'all got to get this work. Y'all got to get up off y'all behind, man. Learn the stock market. The stock market is so easy. Learn it.
What's the name? Hey, yo, do me a favor. What's the name of the young brother, the brother that came home from doing 10 years in the pen? The Wall Street dude that's teaching that stuff that done got folk rich, that's getting money. He can take, huh? What's his name? Yeah, put his name down in there. Put his link down in there.
I don't know. Yeah, this is silliness at this point. You keep telling me, oh, white people holding me racist. No, racism does not exist. You are not inferior.
Thunder. Now you
Hold
know
on,
you
hold
wanna.
on. You are not inferior to any race of people. You have never been inferior to any race of people under any circumstance.
No, he's not from the wall. He from Atlanta, y'all. He ain't from New Orleans.
Where we oppress, yes. Where we discriminated and prejudice exercise, of course. At this point in time, you're not going to tell me that we're going through the same thing we were going back through in the 50s. Y'all have more freedom, more rights, more capability to be better than anything that our forefathers could ever dream, and we are dropping the ball, not because of slavery, not because of white people, it's because of our lack of education and lack of God.
Listen to what Thunder telling y'all. But Thunder, I ain't gonna lie. Black folk got coops now. Black folk going on vacations. They on Airbnb. Y'all got the bags. Y'all spending. Y'all getting more money than I ever seen in my whole life.
I'm in a 2,400 square foot house by myself.
Come on.
Don't get it twisted. And I ain't working. I don't have no job.
Wow.
So listen, my whole point is y'all can play that game. I can't play that game with you.
You don't want to accept none of that.
I ain't no racism. White people can't oppress me. White ain't nothing they could do to ever oppress me, ever in their life. How about that?
Wow.
How about that? You know why? Foreign exchange. You know why? Options. Y'all don't know about this stuff. This is easy stuff. I know y'all call Brother Polite a scam and all that. Listen, that man, what job, bro? What job Brother Polite got?
You ain't got near one but
he ain't had no job probably ever. Dog, it is possible for all of us to get off the grind if we learn how to do it. How many of us are notary republics make $200-300 a day? Just to be in a notary public. You can watch cars and make $200-300 a day right here in Atlanta. You know what? We got the water. Y'all ever heard of the Water Boys of Atlanta? The Water Boys.
Yeah.
Y'all heard of them? These are 15, 17, 18-year-old.
They
black
getting out
boys
there in the heat.
in the heat, selling water for $1, selling for Powerade for $2. Guess what? I always ride with $10, and I'll give them $10. Sometime on the strength, and sometime I get $1, get a water off of.
Come
These
on,
folks
brother
are making
Berean.
money all kind of ways in Atlanta. I can't relate to what y'all talking about. Y'all
At
go
some
ahead.
point.
Yeah, hold on. No, Slick. I know you gotta say something. You wanna Slick, I ain't gonna leave you in the background to die. I know you wanna say something. Thunder done told y'all. Thunder, come on the microphone, Slick. I know he done riled you up right now.
Yeah. Hello?
Slick,
Brother
this
Berean,
ain't Slick. Wait, hold on. Who is this? Who is this?
I'm Slick. This Slick right here.
Oh,
This
you
Slick
talking?
right here.
Oh,
I'm
I didn't
talking.
know. Okay.
Go ahead, Slick.
Brother Berean.
What's the
Brother
matter?
Berean,
What's the matter,
what kind of alternative universe are we living in now? For this guy to be on here saying, now I got respect for you, Thunder, but for this guy to be on here saying that racism don't exist. Now look, everybody knows about Black Wall Street.
Wait, no, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
Come on, man. Come on, Brother Berean. You let Thunder rock.
No, I didn't even say nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna let you rock too. But before, let's just say it. He's not saying it don't exist, but do you think some black people are just pushing it a little more than what it actually is? That's all. Keep going, brother.
No.
Just don't.
No. Look, I don't think some black people are pushing it out more than it actually is. Like I said, all of us heard of Black Wall Street. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina, where the first coup d'etat happened in the history of this country, where they overthrew the whole black government. It was in 1894. They overthrew the whole black government, ran everybody down to the Cape Fear River, and drowned black people and killed them, right? So let's move forward. Now, Thunder says that the white man give me a job to take care of my family, right? I'm a lead man at my company, right? I'm a lead man on my crew. But guess what? It's 3 white dudes on my crew that I tell what to do. They make more money than I do. Did you hear what I said? They make more money than me. How is that possible when I'm telling them what to do?
Have you petitioned HR?
Look,
hey, yo, Thunder gotta go.
Hey, Thunder, you got jokes, but I'm making a point, right? Okay, LeBron James, right? LeBron James, one of the richest black men in this country, right? When he moved to California, didn't his neighbors write nigger on his wall? A couple of years ago, when he was talking about politics, what they told that black dude to do? Shut up and dribble. We don't want to hear your voice about social issues. So you trying to tell me that just because he is an athlete, he don't have an opinion about what goes on in this country? Now, like I said, we might have it a little bit better than some of our grandparents or whatever had, but we still not on a level playing field. And then you're going to bring up Polite. You said Polite ain't got no job. He do got a job. His job is stealing money from people that don't have money. That's his job. Wow, and you gonna big that up? This man stealing money from women and kids, and you think that's cool? And then just because you ain't got no job or live in a 2,400 square foot house, it's black people that got 2 and 3 jobs that live in a 500 square foot house. So what are you talking about, bro? Like I said, I'm not a victim because a white man don't give me nothing. I get up every day and go out there and earn that money myself. Don't nobody give me nothing. So you tripping, bro. Come on, Thunder. Don't do that, man.
All right.
No. Wait, Thunder. Let him know. No, let him. You done got folk mad. You can't come in here. With your nonsense. Talking about ain't no racism and
like I said, we living in an alternate universe now. Where up is down and down is up and left is right and right is left. Come on, bro. Everybody know that it's racism. Now you can come out of that 24 square foot house to go to Dunkin' Donuts to get some coffee and get popped if the situation is the wrong. If you get caught up in the wrong situation, and you ain't doing nothing. How many people just be trying to make it home and don't make it home? How many of us have to have a conversation with our kids with how to act whenever cops come around. White people ain't having that conversation with their kids, because I done seen videos of how white people talk to police, and everything is okay. But if you ask one question the wrong way, I can just give you an example. One morning, I'm driving, and it's 5 white dudes in the truck with me. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. A cop, where we work at, we put a roll close sign up. I go around the sign so we can get to our job, and a cop pulled me over. When this cop walk up to this truck, he got his hand on his gun like we in a drug area, right? And I asked him, well, what's going on? He was like, you went around that sign. I said, we put this sign there. I don't care. So then he come back with a ticket. I look at the ticket and I read the general statute number on the ticket. He go back to the car. I look up the general statute. There ain't no general statute for that ticket. The number don't match up to what he got on the ticket. So I asked him a question. This dude started flipping out on me. Want to take me out the car, everything. His job is to serve and protect. If any question I ask him, he's supposed to answer that question. So why is he acting like this with me 7 o'clock in the morning when I got 4 white dudes in the truck with me? If one of them white dudes would have been driving, it wouldn't have went down like that. Racism is here. Don't act like it ain't. I ain't saying everybody racist, but it's a lot of people that got an attitude towards people that look like me and you, Thunder. That's where all of us are hoodlums and criminals. I got 1 Class A misdemeanor on my record. And for a 50-year-old, I think that's good. So why am I being treated like a criminal? Just because I fit the description? Come on, bro. Let's keep it real. Don't Kanye West us, man.
Ooh, he said don't Kanye West him. Hey, but let me ask
Can I
you this.
respond to him?
No. Hold on. My man coming right now. Thunder, don't go nowhere. I got to bring Thunder back up because you don't went got these folk. You got all type of folk. You don't want got aggravated right now. You don't want nothing. You don't know. I shouldn't have brought them on, but I did. Hold on a minute. Go ahead, G-Con.
Yeah, I think that the main thing is that is to overcome. So I wouldn't go as far to say that white supremacy doesn't exist. I think that the same thing has been happening since the beginning of times. It was told into Adam that these things was going to happen because of who they sided with, who they agreed with, and so you got to overcome these things for you to overcome. So once you understand that these things is put there and they're there, and God permits some things to be there, it's up to you to overcome those things and overcome the world. And that's not what's happening here. Black people is just like to their own people, just like the prophet of Baal. They get to lying to our people, telling them they get spiritual powers on December 23rd. All this old crazy stuff that they doing instead of telling them the truth on what they need to overcome. And for the record, I would say this: y'all been running from answering question since he came in here. I wanted to answer that question.
Thunder?
But see, Christians, we get to running from stuff like that. He says something and he put a claim on the Bible. We need to make him eat that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody did that. That should be a question that should be answered and not running from that question. Who you
talking about, Thunder or Vortex?
Vortex. He says
Vortex ain't finna come up in here and change the whole subject.
They've been running
I'm gonna
from
drop
me.
2-3 videos on that. He can't come in here and change the whole. Unsaved people don't come and dictate what's going on in here. Y'all crazy. Y'all don't know. I say I'm the king of finesse. This is what I do. He ain't finna come up in here and just do what he want to do. But the conversation with this right here now, this conversation is going somewhere. So I said, no, instead of, I'll take care of that. We'll discuss some of that later on. But this conversation need to be had. Now, there's some people, I'm not telling folk born of the low. I can agree with a lot of what Thunder's saying. And it seems like some people I wouldn't even expect, they don't want this medicine. So people don't even like what you say half the time. So I'm not surprised at the comment section with you. But a lot of people don't want this medicine that Thunder's talking about. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finesse it. Maybe Thunder got a point. Maybe Thunder trying to go somewhere. Maybe some people, Thunder, and my other truck driver man said, hold on, tell him I'm coming right now. maybe some people just use it too much. You can't say it don't agree, it don't exist, but maybe some people just use this racism thing too much when there's so many other opportunities. Like Sister Lewis was saying, stop complaining about it so much. G-Con, you can say what you want. There's plenty black folk getting that bag right now. There's plenty people under 40 getting that bag. I'm talking about multiple car notes they holding down, mortgage and everything. So maybe it is a new day. Or maybe y'all just running around here spending that money. I know plenty of black folk going to Dubai. Y'all doing stuff, boy, I ain't never thought in my life. So maybe y'all getting it, but these folk are amping y'all and talking. I know that ain't that $1,700 phone I saw 2 days ago in T-Mobile. I said, God, if you could open up some doors. Let me call my baby and show her the thunder.
All right, listen. All right, y'all heard this man, right? He wanted $1,700. This is a $2,000. It's $1,800 plus tax, right? So this is the man that we listen to every day. He provides us education and entertainment on a daily basis. Well, I listen to him every day. You know what I listened to today, Brother Berean? It was a 6-minute video when you were saying the Hebrew Israelites is at your front door, at the church, at the front of the church. You remember that video?
Oh, no, how long was that one?
6 years.
Oh, yeah, that's way back. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, but shout out to Hezekiah and them.
Yeah,
shout out to my people down in Brooklyn.
I listened today. Listen, this man has provided us 6, 7, 8 years of entertainment. This man wants a phone. If I was Creflo Dollar and I asked for a $65 million jet, this man got it 2 weeks later.
Listen,
This man wants a $2,000 phone.
Listen, I'm putting Thunder out of here right now. I like that phone, but I turned around and I done copped that other thing. I done copped something else.
Hey, don't worry. Listen, you don't want that phone. Listen, you might have got something else. You finna get something else.
No. I can't. No, come on. I can't change the subject right now. Y'all want to support $ Berean Teach? Thank you, man. Let them put a dollar on the Cash App, but that's a blessing. I don't need no $1,700 phone right now. I don't want to change the subject, though. Some people in here, it might be some medicine. That y'all need and y'all don't want to accept it. Now, could it be the fact that some of y'all are getting that bag? A lot of y'all are getting that bag, and y'all spending the money on any and every materialistic thing.
Jordan said,
who said one slick said don't Kanye what's this? What he meant by that?
He meant that slavery was a choice, right? Slavery, that's remember Kanye said that a long time.
I remember on the show with the lawyers.
Anyway, so when Chalice was saying about his grandfather left him that barbershop that he owns right now. When you look at that generational thing, right? So it passed down from his grandfather who worked hard. When you talking about grandfather, you talking about probably 50 years. This is a 50-year business. You see what I'm saying? That Jordan right now is responsible for maintaining. He take pride. It probably got his family last name on it or some along them lines. You see what I'm saying? So this is a business that his father founded 50 years ago. His father ain't make no excuse. His father, and this is in the 60s, had to be when this was founded. Jordan, stop me when I'm lying on you now. I ain't never met you. I ain't never talked to you. Stop me when I'm lying.
Right. You right.
This is in the 60s. This is in the 60s. And this thing has been maintained all the way up to 2021. And Jordan, I hope it lasts another 50 years, brother. Good luck with that. Hopefully you got your marketing and advertising, everything, and you put out a good product. But that's all I'm saying, brother. And this right here, that business you got is helping to feed your family, and it's having it so where you can be on here talking to us for a majority of the day. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to work. It's just. Look, man. I mean, it's real.
Wait, hold on. Don't say nothing, Jordan. Look at the screen. Look at the screen, Thunder. Look at the screen, Thunder. Jada producer, come to the microphone.
On this subject, uninformed on racism. Brother, if you think white people supreme to you, I ain't got no conversation for you, man. If you believe in white supremacy, dog, you do that. I ain't studying white people. I use white people to earn income. That's all they can do for me. Period. I earn income from white people. You don't understand what it is. You don't understand what it is to not have to depend on white people for anything. Y'all don't understand that. And I don't blame you. I ain't mad at you. But if you understood that you gonna use white people to earn income, and you understood that there is no way that they can oppress you. You can't be oppressed by white people. Ain't no way a white person can oppress me.
Oh man.
There's no way. I own my own house. I got 3 cars. What can you do to oppress me? I earn income every day. There is no law that gonna oppress me. You ain't nothing you can do. These are facts I'm talking. I can't speak for you, man. All thing I'm trying to do is really big picture. I want to encourage y'all to really to take that serious, man. If y'all don't hear, I know y'all, he don't know what he talking about, undereducated. Fine, you could do that. When you go to work, you earn, your $10, whatever you making, brother. Just think about what I just said. There is no way that white people can oppress you if you don't want them to. Google, YouTube, simple. You gonna learn a trade just off of Google. Hey, G-Con, come on the mic one time.
Second Exodus, you don't even want to know.
Hey,
G-Con.
Brother Berea, can we be Christian like and let me speak, brother?
Hold on. G-Con.
Who speak?
G-Con.
What's up?
All right. Can a white person stop a black person from getting a CDL?
Nope.
Can a white person, Jordan, can a white person stop a black person from getting their barber license and open up their own barber shop?
No, I gotta be honest.
I rest my case. I'm using my mic.
In fact, a white person helped me get my CDL, and a black person told me he wanted to go back to doing janitor work while I want to get a CDL. That's crazy, ain't it?
I got my barber license in New York at ABI, and that was mostly Spanish. So,
all right, hold on. Oh,
so is a CDL license or a barber license bulletproof?
I gotta put everybody out. Jay, the producer, come to the microphone. What are your thoughts? Ain't no oppression, or it's a little bit of oppression, and people take it too far. And there's some conversation that some people may need. Where's my man that need to be had? Come on to the microphone. You know you're muted, right?
All right, y'all hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay, cool. So the answer to the question about is there oppression or some people take it too far? I mean, it's both. There is oppressions, to unbelievers and those that are believers. Some people are using that as a crutch, or a lot of people are using that as a crutch, to be lazy and not even try. Some people are looking past that and going to do things. And some are successful, some are not. Some have the know-how, how to push through and how to work the system to become successful through it. And some people just don't have the knowledge of how to work through the system. And so they get stuck at a certain level. But I want to reference this just to kind of speak to the, I guess, Black community as a whole. But more specific to the believing Black community, because obviously, because the apostle said this to the church, but this is a trap that, the whole community falls into. And it comes down to, I understand all the other logistics. People want to talk about redlining and all the things that kind of add up to being oppressed and things like that. And people want to focus on that. But I'm going to read this. This is 1 Timothy chapter 6, and I'm going to start at verse 6. So the apostle said, "Yet true godliness with contentment is itself great wealth. After all, we brought nothing with us when we came into the world, and we can't take anything with us when we leave it. So if we have enough food and clothing, let us be content. But people who long to be rich fall into temptation and are trapped by many foolish and harmful desires that plunge them into ruin and destruction." And right after that, he says, "For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil, and some people craving money have wandered from the true faith and pierced themselves with many sorrows." So when he wrote this, the immediate context he was talking about was those that were once in the body or in the church that went after this way and fell into these traps. But my purpose of reading was not just for those that believe in Blacks that fall into these traps, but also this is also the same thing that the Black community itself has fallen into. They look at, you know, those who may have more privileges or advantages in this life. They want the same opportunities. A lot of them don't want to accept or the fact, or they want to harp on the fact they don't have the same opportunities. And so that's where you get these dialogues about systematic racism and holding us back and things like that. It's only because they're not content with what they do have. It's not enough to just have shelter and have food and clothing. They want more than that. So if they had food, clothing, shelter, let's say that's the only thing they could get, and then you look at the white man or look at some other race of people and see they have way more advantages, way more opportunities to do certain things to get past just the shelter, food, and clothing point. And so because you envious of that and you want that, and not content with what you do have, and focus your mind on just godliness, which the black community definitely needs.
The white folk don't need godliness. White folk don't need godliness.
Everyone needs godliness, but what I'm saying is speaks to the black community in this whole, you know, the whole harping on slavery or oppression and things like that. And I'm not denying there's some type of oppressions in the world.
Okay.
My point is regardless of the oppressions, if you had the right mindset and focus your attention upon on things above and not of this world, you'll be content even in the midst of oppressions, understanding what these things produce. You know, and for those that's concerned with eternal life, then when you're oppressed or when you're going through sufferings and trials and somebody's got a temporal advantage over you, it won't bother you because you got an eternal advantage. You have the best, you know, you have the best privilege that there is. The riches that you have, are eternal, whereas the oppressors you're looking at, all their advantages are just temporal. And so if your mindset is changed and how to view the world through the lens of God and through Christ, and through the hope of salvation, which a lot of black people, as we can see when we look at slavery and different memoirs, they don't want that kind of mindset. For them, that's just being quiet and obeying the master and all that kind of stuff. But they don't understand the richness in that mindset. So until their mindset is changed, I mean, they could keep talking about and pointing to red linings and pointing to that and pointing to that and pointing to that. We oppressed and the white people did this and that did that, and you're always going to have that. It's easy to point the finger. It's a bunch of evil in the world. But the point is, if your mind changed and you realize what sufferings and what trials and what persecutions and all that produces in a person, then when these things come, you'll be able to do what the apostle told the church, which was take joy in these things. You know, this is why they were able to, when their homes was taken from them by the government, he wrote a letter to them in Hebrews and commended them and said when their homes and possessions were taken, they let it go without resistance because of the knowledge that they have of their eternal inheritance that no man could steal. So that's really what it comes down to. I mean, we could talk about logistics, I guess, and people can want people to go into communities and invest money here, invest money there, and stock exchange, and people talk about the square footages of their house because there was a lot of talk about money equaling freedom. You know, I don't know if those that were saying that were believers or not, because if they did, then that's a false statement.
All right.
Thank you so much in the super chat. Thank you so much in the super chat. I appreciate y'all. On $ Berean Teacher on the Cash App. If y'all want to put $1 on there.
I got to respond, man.
My Cash App is I want to hear Jay, the producer. Somebody said, what white man has sent you? Now, he read scripture. He's the only one that actually read from the Bible, but somebody asked, what white man has sent you? Can you even see, Jay, why some people would see the way you read the scripture and just tell people, just be happy in the place that you are, saying Christianity is working very good, it's doing what it's supposed to do on the black mind, or that's what, some would argue that. But come on, Jordan, come to the microphone. I don't think you got to say nothing yet, right?
No, I mean, I'm kind of like in the middle, man. I agree with Thunder. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of opportunity present out here. You know what I'm saying, that we need to try to take hold of. And I had to say, I agree with G-Con when they kind of made the people dependent with that welfare and all them type of things. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I got to say, I still live in a world where you got $1 million players. If they decide to take a knee, they shunned. I also still live in the world, not to even just bring up the Israelite stuff, but we know the thing that happened to Nick Cannon. We know the thing that happened to Deshaun Jackson. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not saying, look, what I'm saying is how long can money be the bandage? I mean, because anytime these people had to step in and feel like it's necessary for them to put us in their place, they can do that. But Thunder, I'm gonna say this also. I love what's going on in Atlanta. Not all of it righteous, brother, because I know. You know what I'm saying? I come from that side and I ain't there but 4 hours away from you. So I'm saying, like, it's like, but I love to see when black people can come together and we can contribute to each other, because that's how it's supposed to be. Like, I worked in the barbershop. I've been doing this since 2008, man. We used to have these battles almost every day. And but did just one question I used to ask people in the shop, man, and just question simple as this. How would y'all feel like, what do you think black people would have been like if we ever had our own country? If we ever had our own situation where we can control all the, you know what I'm saying? We had the power to define the situation. You see what I'm saying? And see, the main answer I used to get is, man, we'll be over there killing each other. Man, everybody be sprung out. Everybody be doing this and that. But why is that the main concept when it's like, it's fun to me because there's black people talking about black people. Why we can't see each other in no great light? I think it'll be the opposite, because we need each other, you know what I'm saying, to live. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll need each other. So I can't just because I make money, Thunder, and I agree with you, and I feel like that blacks need to do more business with their own kind, because I feel like that's kind of when the problem came in with segregation, man. I'm gonna just keep it real. When I say that in the barbershop, a lot of old heads get mad at me. But when integration happened, man, it turned the whole plight of black people, man. And Atlanta is a perfect visual of showing black people getting back to where we need to be.
Hello.
You see what I'm saying? But I got to say this, Thunder. It's a lot of things. Are we ready for this fight, though, brother? Because if we got to stick to the Bible and also come together like that, I'm just saying, how can we prepare for a fight that's being portrayed on us? Because all the trap music that's coming out of Atlanta telling all the black people in America to sell dope too, or to scam, or to do this and that. So it's a spiritual warfare, and we can't ignore that side of it, because that in a way is captivity. You keeping people in sin. So how do we even begin to fight against that? And somebody else can speak. I don't want to take too much time.
I'll respond very quick. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Jay. I got you.
Go ahead.
30 seconds. So Killer Mike, y'all know Killer Mike, famous rapper right here in Atlanta, Georgia. He had a symposium downtown. I can't think of it, maybe like 4 years ago. And during it, he was in a church and he asked, how many black people, how many of y'all, it's all mostly 90% black, right? Is it how many of y'all can fish? 3 or 4 people raise, maybe 20 people raise their hand. How many of y'all hunt?
Yeah.
How many of y'all hunt? Maybe 10 people. How many of y'all got your own land? How many farm in the backyard? 2 people. How many got your own banks? How many? And he just went down the list and he just said, you ain't ready for S.
They ain't ready for no revolution. They ain't ready for no war.
Yeah,
they ain't got enough hammers. They ain't
You ain't got nothing. Yeah, how you make your gun? You don't make your own guns. You don't make your own ammo. I got guns. Well, I ain't finna show it, but I got guns every. Yeah, if we are not in a position where we need to own and do that sort of stuff, yeah, you ain't in a position to do anything. Really. Yeah, I agree with that.
He was. Come on, Smith. Come on to the microphone. You've been waiting for Thunder. You've been my man hit me on the side. He said, let me get He said, let me get it, Thunder, right now. Where he at? Come on, man. Come on, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Wow.
Hey,
All
grace
right,
and peace
brother
to the
Berea,
panel,
you have a
man. You
good
know what I'm
night,
saying?
man. I see you avoiding me.
Who is this?
And
Yeah, but hold on a minute.
this is
It's
boy. I've
people.
been waiting for like, well, patient, man. You just let a new person come on.
Smith, hold on, Smith. Hold on, Smith. Let me come on. Let Lex come on here and control my show. This is first time. Come on, talk all you want, Lex. Come and talk all you want. You got the microphone.
All right, brother. You can tell when a brother like Thunder, he must watch a lot of Fox News, a lot of like black conservative Republican talk. It's just ridiculous. There's a lot of conflation going on here that anybody can get money in America. So people are conflating success with if you can get money or not. Drug dealers get money, and I agree. And so the mentality is being mixed here. People are talking like, yeah, I'm unstoppable. Nothing can stop me. Okay, that's a great mentality.
Isn't getting money the Irish and everybody that was disrespected that came over here, isn't getting money the first step?
No, I'm not against getting money.
Oh,
I'm going somewhere. So what I'm saying is, if you go to any type of self-help or people that talk about success, they'll tell you that's the mentality you got to have. Never play the victim. You know what I'm saying? You create your own reality. Or you know what I'm saying? Have the winning attitude. So a man thinketh, so is he. The prosperity preachers will teach you that and tell you that. So I understand, but he's conflating that with black people making excuses as if it's all about the getting money. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been listening to a bunch of slaves, some slaves who got some money. Just like the brother when he read the scripture, I'm thinking, man, he might as well just start singing Sweet Low, Sweet Chariot. But let's get to it. Global white supremacy, global. There is not one black country on the planet considered a major power. Now, either black people really are inferior and there's something going wrong because it's just not in America. If you go to Africa, all those countries controlled by transnational corporations. The French are in control of 17 West African countries on the west coast of Africa. When you go to South Africa, it is white people are controlling stuff, controlling the economics, controlling the banks. And same thing throughout the islands. Why you think they never forgave Haiti for whipping the French and the British ass and winning their independence? There's no one black major power on the planet. And the reason why I'm hearing slaves, because when you talk about money, this brother said, I got a house and 3 cars and nothing stopped. This brother don't have the power to move nothing on the planet, but he think he's successful. You know why? Because here's the inferiority of black thinking. It's not collective. That's why you'll have a few brothers that got some money talking about nothing can stop me. I got a house. Can't press a button and move nothing systematically. Bill Cosby's a billionaire. Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey. Black people been getting money in this country ever since they let us free. That's never been the problem. The problem is the mentality. And that's why when the brother brought it up, when he mentioned if black people have had their own country, you're not seeking, you don't have the mind of rulers. You don't know what freedom is. Freedom is the ability to control your own destiny. Now, when we talk about money, this brother talking about the stock market. When they had a thing, they control that. It's like a game. I remember when they had, do anybody remember GameStop? And everybody was buying stock in GameStop and they shut it down and said, no, you can't buy no more stock in GameStop because the people was doing something and it was raising the stock up and they shut it down. So when you're talking like, I can't believe this slave stuff that I'm hearing. I got some money. You know how many black people got money? That is not about it, but nobody spoke about the power to control their destinies yet. Nobody's talking about the ability to shape their own educational system, to stop some of the ills that y'all are talking about, like the excuses black people make, or maybe they don't have enough trades, or Maybe they didn't get their education and all this type of stuff. You don't control your own educational system. You should want that power. You should want the power of the media to shape and mold the images of your people. You don't have that power. And that's why earlier when the brother in Jamaica was saying, yeah, the images of black people that I had, you know what that's called? The criminalization of the black people in America through the images of the media, which we don't control, which is 90% owned by people that wear small hats who call themselves Torah followers. So if we gave every black person in America right now $1 million apiece, it doesn't change the power structure. You're slaves. You have no desire to rule and control your own destiny. Now ask me why there isn't one superpower black country. Is it because they're inferior? They have to be if there's not one on the planet. Or is there a global system? Yes, there is a global system. There's a global banking system that says we're going to do this, and they control people's economy.
Brother, hold on a second.
And also, hold on, let me get it. And the thing we're getting away from, especially in America, well, it's across the world, is even the system of capitalism, which is what white supremacy works through. They call it the free market, right? And a capitalistic system is when the economics and politics is controlled by private corporations. They try to say it's free, meaning the government's not involved. The problem with that is when you're playing a monopoly game and you're saying, well, everybody can buy a house but you already got the property bought up. Everywhere I land, I got to pay rent already. So that's what they call the free market. Now, if we look at the numbers, do you know how much people say, how much land you got? 1% of the population own 80% of the land in America, period. Bill Gates just bought about 30% of the land, of the farmland in America, period. You see what I'm saying? So that's a person that's controlling the food industry. You don't have no power over there. If you get $1 million, it don't matter. You can't even feed your people. You might be able to go, you don't control the production. So when we're talking about black people changing their lives, they have to seek for power to control their destiny, not for paper money. That's just, they give away money. But you ain't got no political power. You don't control the production of raw resources. You don't control your destiny. If they come tomorrow like now. How many black men are in jail over the last 50 years for selling weed? Now it's legal. It's legal. See what I'm saying? But now, so that's not racism. You've been locking all these people up for 50 years. Now you making money off weed free and you open stores. But the brothers who was being economic and getting that bag, they in jail, some of them, doing 20, 50, 30 years. Now you legal. See, that's systematic. But I can say they had the bag. They was getting the bag. That's called the criminalization of young black men through the images.
Thank you, brother. All right, thank you. Come on, Smith. Come to the microphone. Now you can mute yourself. Come to the microphone, Smith. You wanted to address Thunder, I believe.
Yeah, this one, my man, Thunder, man. And grace and peace to the panel. My name's Jacquees Smith. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. My fault. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Thunder, man. You know, I'm in the A. You know, one thing that he left out, what he was saying about the water boys that was on the corner selling them bottles, them dudes out there shooting people, man. They shooting each other. You know what I'm saying? Over territory just to sell water.
On the hot corners, yeah. There's some
man,
corners
on
that
the
sell
hot
more.
corner,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in the A. Yo, I'm not originally from Atlanta, but I'm a transplant to Atlanta. But ever since I've been in Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, I had to level up because I saw a lot of black people around me doing good. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted a part of that. Just like G-Con, I'm an owner of a trucking company, iHaul Logistics, right here in Atlanta. I'm actually in Tennessee, headed to Louisville, dropping off a load, but I just wanted to jump on here, man, because Thunder, you running out, bro. You know what I'm saying? You out here talking about, ain't no racism. When it's
How long
like
you
this.
been in Atlanta? How long you been in Atlanta?
And I've been in Atlanta about 6 years.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
from
yeah. They been getting money.
from
Okay.
Georgia though. I'm a Georgia boy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
But
okay.
I moved to the city. You know what I'm saying, of Atlanta. About 6 years. That's where I bought my house at. You know what I'm saying? So,
You said you bought your
the
house?
thing is, yeah,
You got your trucking company, huh?
yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
sound
I'm in my
oppressive. You
truck
don't
right
sound
now.
oppressive, Thunder.
I'm in my truck right now.
In your truck going to Louisville, huh?
That's right.
How much that ride gonna bring you? How much that ride gonna bring you in, bro? About a good 700-800.
More than
Nah,
that.
this 3100.
Okay, let me
I
ask you a
just
question
did.
then. That 3100, you're gonna pull your gas, you're gonna pull your insurance, you're gonna bring home what about $2,000, maybe
Nah,
17.
bro. Nah, probably when I finish with this, probably about $2,700.
Okay, 2,600. All right. So you got $2,600 you finna make in a couple of hours. About a day, 2 days?
He ain't in no rush to
8
go
hours.
home.
8
8
You finna make $2,600 in 8 hours, right? All right. So my brother, number one, congrats to you. I ain't got nothing negative to say. I ain't finna respond to nothing you just said. I think we need to big that up. I think everybody should give a man a hand clap. He finna bring in $2,600 in 8 hours. That's all I'm saying, brother. If you feel like you oppressed, if you feel like white people
No,
can
my
stop
brother.
you,
No.
hold on.
That's
If
not
you
what I'm
feel
saying,
like,
bro.
hold on, brother. Let me get this. If you feel like white people can't stop you from making that $2,600, you feel that way. I don't feel that way. Now for the water boys, you are right. We had I think 1 or 2 shootings where the water boys did get shot. But you can't tell me what I just did.
Nah,
I
it's not.
I just gave a guy $6 today for a Poway. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, bro, that's cool. Listen. I understand them young boys out there trying to get it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
They
all I'm
trying
saying,
to get
bro.
to the money. You know what I'm saying? They
all
trying
I'm
to do their
saying
own
is
thing, the entrepreneur thing.
All I'm saying is people are utilizing all means possible to get what they trying to get. That's all I'm saying, but I ain't going crazy with it. I'm just saying, if you got little kids, 14, 15-year-olds out here getting, let's just say they buy a 80 case of water, right? 80 count case of water for about $9 for Sam's. If they sell all 80 for $1. That's $80 they made off a $9 investment. These people are, I don't know what
do cases a day.
Listen, all I'm telling you is, brother, you can say what you want. Those 14-year-olds at this point are realizing that if they get out here and get this money, there is nobody that can stop them from doing it. That's all I'm saying. It's
no,
easy.
that's no. What you're saying is that race relations is not. You know what I'm saying?
White people cannot stop the water boys. White people can't stop the water boys from making their money.
First and foremost, you from Georgia, right?
I was born and raised in Augusta, Georgia. I live in Stone Mountain currently.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the Congressman Newt Gingrich. You remember him, right?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
All right, so during the political race, when he was going up against another senator, he made a comment that was real controversial during this time, in which he said that the black mothers, in Georgia, they need to stop. They need to stop doing something with their nappy hair. Now, you and I know the negative connotation, you know what I'm saying, behind someone saying something about black people health. And he specifically pointed out nappy health. You know what I'm saying, for black women. Now the topic is race relations. This whole thing, what we're talking about is how white folks are in a position of power. Racism is power based. We're not talking about no illusion or anything that's just made up. No, man, these people got power out here. Now,
My
just
brother,
imagine.
did you bring that up for? Why did you bring up Newt Gingrich talking about a black person health? What was the point of that?
Because it's political. He has the ability to make policy. When you make policy, attitude reflects leadership, and he has the ability to implement that will adversely affect black people. So if you have a negative stereotype about a black person, and you're making policy, that automatically affects your life. These people have just like Josh. I forgot the guy's last name. He's out here giving speeches, giving out, doing conferences and stuff with a preconceived notion of how he feels about black people, whether it's overtly or he feels that internally. He's expressing that, but he's also spewing these views to an audience who have the ability to make choices when they go to the ballot box, which is political.
My brother,
so racism.
My brother, did you vote in this election?
Yes.
All right. Did you vote for Trump? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Did you vote for Biden?
Yes.
All right. Has Biden ever made a policy that was negative toward black? That had a negative impact on black people? Let's do that. Let's go real simple. We finna go real smooth on you. Go ahead.
Yeah, he of course we know that.
Brother, do you consider yourself at this point a hypocrite or what? Which one? Tell me.
How is it hypocritical?
I hate thunder. I hate thunder.
How is that hypocritical, bro?
All right, brother. You just let's go.
First and foremost. Hold
on, let's go. You asked me a question. Let me ask you a question.
I know what you're talking about.
No, don't do that.
Talking about.
Don't do that.
Bro, I know exactly what.
I know, but let me answer your question. You asked me a question. How is it hypocritical? So let me ask you a question. That's it. So you said that we get on here and we have Newt Gingrich says something about a black person's hair. And you said that I'm a whole lot of I'm saying the same thing you saying late. This is crazy. Anyway, we got he said that Newt Gingrich had the ability, he said something about a black woman's hair, and we should not support that because this white man has the ability to make policy. Come
based
right back
what,
around,
bro?
1994. Stop. 1994. This white man named Joe Biden sponsored, created, championed a 1994 crime bill that had the most negative impact on black people than any other bill probably in the history of bills. And this man here voted for. Do you consider yourself a hypocrite? Yes or no?
Hey, bro. Look here, man.
I ain't no A, bro. Just give me the yes or no, man, and then you can do what
let's
you want.
Let's stick to the.
Now you want to stick.
The topic at hand is
we'll
race
assume
relations,
the answer.
bro.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah, mute your mic, bro, because you talking out the side of your neck. You wanna try to spin it around in which we're talking about race relations in which white people hold the power. Racism is power based. You can say whatever you want to say, bro, but at the end of the day, this is what it is.
But
racism is power
you
based.
can't. Do you see that white people can hold some type of power with if they wanted to shut some food down or something? Thunder, can you see anything? All right, maybe not personally your house, your cable, your car, but can you see other stuff where they can control big things where it could be problematic for everybody as a nation?
Let me ask you a question, Brother Barine. Of course they can, but why would they? Would that cost them their bottom line?
What do you mean? Why would they?
My
They
brother,
already done showed you they have. What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
my brother, bring your voice down, man.
You don't got for no Thunder. He been Thunder. He been trying. Hold on, Thunder. He been trying to get on Thunder. Folk, you don't got you Thunder. You know you're a troublemaker like me. He been focused, aggravated. He said, "Yo, he been hitting my phone. Yo, let me get on. I gotta get at him." So I said, "All right, I'm gonna try to let you get on."
He don't consider. He ain't answered the hypocrite question. So I'm good.
Wait, hold on. Come on, Slick.
Yeah,
Thunder. Don't go because Thunder gonna try to put this message out here, and then Thunder gonna try to. Then Thunder's gonna try to act like he gotta go.
Hey, brother, Thunder. You acting like you just capped my man with a headshot, right?
No, listen.
Hold up, Thunder.
He's black. I don't have no malice for him, man.
Hey, Thunder, come on. You rock. Hey, Thunder, you rock. Let me rock. And then you can reply to what I rock with. Now, you feel like you just capped my man with a headshot, but you gonna come and say something about a bill that Biden did in 1994, but you saying ain't no racism, bro. That you're a hypocrite because you're going against what you say.
All right,
it's obvious that there's some kind of racism going on because Biden came with a bill that locked up all kind of fathers and took them out of the household.
All right, cool. Let me rock.
So which one is it?
Let me rock. All right, man.
I ain't finished yet. Let me continue.
Oh no, he just getting started.
Now you asked him, did he vote, right? You asked him, did he vote? And just if you would have asked me, I would have told you no, right? Because to me, any black person that's still voting in this country is a fool. It is a political hamster wheel, right? Because see, what we do is we give our votes away for free. No other group of people give their votes away without getting something back in return. No other group of people. Only thing we do is go begging for something. You can't go beg them people for nothing. You got to come with a bag like everybody else come with the bag. When different groups of people go to talk to politicians, they come with the money because money talk and the rest of it walk. They don't come begging, please give me this, please give me that. So, like I said, whenever this political system was established, we were property. You like to say that 3/5 of a human being thing. Whenever this system was established, we were 3/5 of a human being. But if you go look at that Constitution, it still says the same thing. So, this system was never created for us to be equal in this country anyway. Period. Never, and it never will be. So if it's not, how can it not be racist? It don't make no sense. I mean, I rock with you, Thunder, but money does not solve every problem. Even the Bible tells you that it's the root of all evil. Even the Bible tells you that it's harder than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven, right? So money don't fix everything. And that's and I'm done.
But listen to this, kid. But this is the thing. Can money fix some things? People that came to this country originally that were messed up, that were looked down upon. When we start talking about the Irish, certain Jewish people that came over here, Korean people that came over here, that did they pull their money together and make things happen till they got some people to be able to speak for them? To get their people to speak to them, then they got a Korean town, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, a Chinatown, a Korean town, and all these different towns. And they gather together with their people. They get strong. The Irish and them got in the fire department, the police department, and fire department, and they handed it down. They handed the job down. They handed homes down, and political positions got pushed around in favor of the people. I agree with what you said about certain things, like we're the only ones. They could come to the church and game us with anything, Hillary Clinton and them, and we get the voting for them, then we don't never see them again and we forget all about it like everything is good. Why does that seem like that or happen only to us and to not other groups of people? I think that's a fair question, Slick.
Very fair.
Prophetically speaking, come to the microphone. Then I'm gonna give to the Diploma because the Diploma been listening.
Oh, I got to respond. Can I make one response to the what he just?
No, come on, bro.
He attacked me pretty good.
This is just the beginning. You can't respond to every attack. Tonight is your night. You wanted to jump on the organ. I ain't even want to bring you. I said we don't need an organist tonight, but he wanted to come in here anyway. He wanted to play that organ, raise an offering. Now he get ready to get attacked, and you gonna get all this work right now. He wanted to give y'all this medicine. Come on, prophetically speaking.
Hey fam, what's going on? Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah, you gotta speak up.
Can you
You
hear me
sound
now?
low.
You hear me now?
Yeah, just like that.
Okay. Yeah, the whole thing is this. I'm so tired of this victimization.
Uh-oh.
Deuteronomy 28. We cursed scam. Okay. All right. It's a joke. Period. All right.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. I'm sorry. We don't need to hear that. Okay. What we need to hear is that we do all things through Christ that gives us the strength. Because this whole victimization,
It don't work good with the Bible.
It don't work with the Bible. It ain't helping nothing. Period.
Mm.
Okay. The white man ain't oppressing you. The white man ain't in every corner, just
Under
ready to
every
jump
rock,
out
on
under
every
every
dog.
rock. I understand racism, elements and remnants of that still exist. But come on now. Our forefathers were not sitting around complaining and talking like the average black person is talking right now. They worked.
And they had times harder. You think they had a rough?
They had times harder, man. They worked their fingers to the bone. They didn't complain. Yeah, they talked about certain things, but they put their energy into showing white folk, I'm not going to beg for my humanity. I'm going to show you that I'm human. I'm going to take you're not ruling over me. God is my master. Okay. And so they had self-respect for themselves. Even when they were trying to make them, dehumanize them, wouldn't let them marry, they start jumping over the broom. They were determined to hold on to their humanity and not make excuses.
Mm.
Okay. So I don't know where this victimization mentality, this spirit of just victimization, it's time to get delivered from that, y'all.
Wow.
Some folk need deliverance. Some folk need therapy. It's time to do the work and stop making excuses. Every excuse was nailed to the cross. Come on, somebody.
Oh man.
Hold up.
Wait, no, hold on, Jordan. Jordan ain't like that. Put that Deuteronomy 28 down. Jordan ain't like that right there.
Let me tell you something.
Hold up.
People will be saying racism is going to be here till Jesus comes. This is what these ignorant black church folks be saying. You know what the Lord told me? How do you know America going to be here when Jesus comes? Stop bowing and worshiping the God of racism. It's idolatry. We just as bad as white folk because we fear this spirit, this stronghold, whatever you want to call it, racism. All right. It does exist, just like the devil exists. But a lot of times we give the devil more power than he actually has.
Mm.
What are we doing to change the situation? Folks smoking weed all day. They riding dirty.
You might as well be a Pharisee.
Come on, riding dirty, then have the nerve to cry racism when they get pulled over by the cops and want to pull out their cell phone. No, they ain't doing right. Come on. If God is for us, we doing what we supposed to do. All right. And God is for us. You understand what I'm saying? Can't nobody stop us. I used to fear the police. Blood pressure going up. I ain't did nothing wrong. I've been pulled over by the police and been, you know what I mean, wrongly, you know what I mean, misidentified, whatever you want to call it. But you know what? The Lord stopped me. He said, first of all, I didn't give you the spirit of fear. Why are you fearing them? You look them dead in your eye. You have authority. You a child of God. The angel of the Lord encamped those that fear him. You fear me, not no man. Can't no racist cop take my life. I preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. Yes, I got a nice home. Me and my wife are givers. We have moved people into our house, inconvenienced ourselves, because the Bible says that the servant of the Lord should be given to hospitality. So we're not just living high off the hog. We're using the resources God has given us to help other people. We've helped people start businesses. You understand what I'm saying? We've loaned people, we've helped people, given thousands of dollars away to charity, to persecuted churches over in China and in Africa and Pakistan. I don't want to hear that mess. It ain't helping our people, whether you calling yourself an Israelite believer in Christ, a Gentile, black, whatever. It ain't helping us.
Period.
Hey, look here.
It's a virtual reality that ain't real.
Hey,
All
brother
right, hold on.
Berean,
Don't go nowhere.
brother
Hey,
Berean, can I
hold on.
respond to this?
Hey,
And I gotta get ready to go. So I just wanted
All
to
right,
say this.
let the sister talk, y'all. Then John, you know you jump in the plumber. Go ahead, honestly.
All right, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's commenting. I really do enjoy the robust dialogue. I just also wanted to say, I remember when Jada Producer was talking, and this is kind of to the last brother that was just talking, and maybe a bit to Thunder too. I do believe that we can be content where we are and yet still acknowledge systemic injustice and fight wickedness. I do believe the two things can coexist. The Bible, what does it say? What does the Lord require of you? To do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. So I believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I do understand that a part of this demonic system that even created race and therefore created racism wants us to stay stuck majoring in the minors. But in order to properly get out of that, I honestly believe that we have to address it and not say that it doesn't exist. And to the last brother that was just talking, I am very grateful that the Lord has delivered you from that bondage of fear that you said you were in. But just because he delivered you doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means that you needed supernatural assistance to overcome it. And so that's the answer to the sister's question, right? That when she said, so what do we need to do? I think we need to seek God's kingdom and not allow the temporary shackles on this earth to stop us. However, that means that we also don't ignore that they exist. Two things can be true. It's not one or the other. It's a false dichotomy that we're setting up. I am free indeed, and my aim is to help other people be free spiritually and systemically in any other way. And that doesn't mean I'm not content when I do so. It actually means I'm trying to get them to experience the liberties that Christ have allowed us to be able to have on this planet. Now, to Thunder real quick. I know you said you free, white people can't do nothing to you, but there's this thing called eminent domain, right? And so eminent domain means that if you own property and the government says, hey, we want to seize your property, they can seize your 250,000, whatever. They could do whatever they want because it's their system. We even have scriptures that prove this, that the God of this air, this is wicked systems in place. However, we serve a God that's above that. And so to those who think that like one person, you just have to be content and be happy, and the other people who feel like, nah, the key is money, I'm saying the key is Jesus. Once you get Jesus, all these things will get put into proper perspective. And Jamar Tisby talks about this in The Great Compromise. That's why we're having this discussion right now, because there was a point in Christianity where Christians told slave masters, oh, you don't have to let them acknowledge their earthly rights. Just tell them that their soul belongs to God, and that's the end of it. And that was a crock of trash, and it began to pervert the gospel, and we're still having these conversations to this day. However, again, we need to acknowledge personal responsibility, the structural issues, and take captive every thought, make it obedient to Christ as we cast down these vain imaginations that will rise themselves
Hey,
up.
Before she go, what?
Before you leave, now I disagree with most of what you said. So,
Say he want to respond to everybody. It's too many. 3 people lined up to talk to Thunder. It's 3 people lined up to talk to
That's
him.
all right, Thunder. I love you. I love you, and I believe you.
I love you too. I ain't banging. I'm just finna this. But go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I believe you.
He's saying with the, thank you, sis. He's saying with the eminent domain, he could still get his money and move on to get another property anyway. Listen, with this Bible, y'all heard what prophetically speaking said. When mess around with this Bible, this victim mentality and the Bible don't work hand in hand. I said this victim mentality and this Bible don't work hand in hand. Come on, Plumber. You ain't like the medicine. Plumber, you ain't like the medicine that Thunder was giving out?
I hear Thunder, and I disagree with him on a lot of things, but maybe it might just be because, you know, we need to define racism. You know what I mean? And if you would, I would like for you to share my screen so I could let everybody see the legal definition of what racism is, because we got to distinguish between racism, bigotry, discriminate. You know, somebody might be biased. Somebody might be they might be a bigot. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that they're racist. So if you could share my screen, Berean, I want to show everybody the legal definition, what the law says racism is.
What screen? What screen are you talking about? Ain't no screen.
I'm putting it up. Hold on. Okay, I got it. If you can share it.
Okay, okay.
Is it up there?
Yeah.
Okay, and so this is the legal dictionary. It's actually comes from a Black's Law dictionary, which is like the number one thing that the judges and the lawyers use today, right? So it says, what is racism? It's a set of policies that is exhibited by a person or persons toward a group of people of a different race, often antagonistic and confronting the assumption of lower intelligence and importance given to a person because of their racial characteristics. So this thing,
leave it up.
Hold on. Oh, leave it up. Okay. Okay. Well, this thing, what I'm saying here is that racism, and it tells you right there, it's a set of policies. Now,
keep going, man. This is the problem you had with Elder Mike.
No, we ain't got no problem here. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm just trying to show everybody it's a set of policies. It's a set of policies. It's a set of. I did read it all. It is a set of policies exhibited by a person or persons toward a group of people of a different race. So that's the main thing. It's the set of policies. Often antagonistic and confronting. Those policies work under the assumption of lower intelligence and importance given to a person because of their racial characteristics. And so racism is just like the brother was talking that's driving the truck. It's not the neighbor next door that can call you the N-word. It's not that. It's the person with the power to affect your life and affect the lives of others. And you talked about them brothers selling the water. Well, in Baltimore, and I just seen this a couple months ago in the news. In Baltimore, they had some kids out there doing the same thing. So this affluential white man, a major businessman in Baltimore, he had money, he saw that. And so he went to a politician and he complained. And they made it illegal to do that. They made it illegal to do that because of a white man with some money said he didn't want to see them kids selling water on the corner.
Thank you. It's power-based.
So my point is, it's not the guy next door. It's the policies. And I can take you to somebody right now that know the law. Just by the Constitution of the United States alone, Black people are put in a second-class citizenship just by the 14th Amendment alone by itself, which does not make you equal with the other people. You understand?
Are you a second-class citizen?
You are. You a second-class citizen.
I'm asking, are you a second-class citizen?
According to their law in
this
this country.
Now, wait a minute.
Are you a second-class citizen?
Can I take this off the screen?
Come on, man. Come on.
Can I take this off the screen?
No, don't take it off.
Yeah, I'm taking that off, man.
All right. The assumption, you saw that, right? The assumption that whatever you took it off and you did good. That's fine.
I'm trying to see. I can't see nothing but that. So my point is, yeah, the 14th Amendment, it says that anybody who is and they made the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, they made those amendments strictly because of the Dred Scott case. If you're familiar with the Dred Scott case.
And say you a second-class citizen.
Hold on, man. If you are familiar with the Dred Scott case, they made those amendments because Dred Scott case said that no white man has to respect any Black person because they ain't even a human being.
You understand?
Hold on, listen. They don't have to respect their rights. Black people, they don't have to respect their property. So they came with the 14th Amendment to try to make us into citizens. But the wording for the citizen, the 14th Amendment citizen, is different than the wording for the we the people from the beginning of the Constitution.
All right, hold on a minute. Prophetically speaking, what would you say to that right there? Are you a second-class citizen in America?
Hecky no.
All right.
I'm a citizen. First of all, I'm a citizen of heaven.
The kingdom. You're a kingdom
I'm
citizen.
a kingdom citizen first and foremost.
How can a Jew say they're a second class citizen? I ain't never heard.
And I have rights and privileges, so I don't live by that dynamic. You understand what I'm saying? Secondly, I'll say this: we understand that throughout the Old Testament scriptures, that part of the prophet's job was first to deal with idolatry. Number one, number two, to deal with social injustice, and also to deal with pretentious worship. So I'm not going to sit here and act like injustices are not real. Oppression is not real. The Bible says to plead the plight of the poor and to take care of the widows and the orphans, those that cannot defend themselves. I understand that. I'm not oblivious to that. My dear sister that was just on, first of all, her testimony was dynamic.
Yes.
I heard it earlier.
Yes.
Crazy anointed.
Crazy.
And so I respect what she says. It's not an either or, but it's both and. Right now, though, we preaching to Israel. We preaching to black folk. We preaching to Gentile black folk, Christian folk, you understand, that need to take responsibility and to break up out the matrix.
Period.
You understand? Because this ain't nothing but a sham. It's like you say, it's a fugazi. Whether white folk put it together, it don't matter. My mom told me a whole long time ago. She said, son, racism ain't really real. It ain't really what they saying it is. It ain't nothing but jealousy, son. You have to remember that. Folk just player hating and they packaging it into racism. They jealous. You understand what I'm saying? And they're trying to use people and use them to, build themselves up. You understand? And build their wealth up and their power base up. I get that. But what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I'm not buying this doctrine of victimization. It does not work with congruence and harmony with the scriptures. It just doesn't. You can't be a victor and a victim at the same time.
Point blank, period. Somebody said something?
Yeah, I got a question. What are white people jealous of?
They evidently they were the ones that instituted de facto segregation and slavery and all those different things. They were examining our abilities, our giftings. You understand, natural giftings that God gave us, and they were trying to project their insecurity on us. You understand what I'm saying? To make us feel insecure so we won't rise up and do for self. It's a game. You understand?
So this game is only getting only getting played on certain people, not everybody that comes to this country.
Well, the thing is, I'll say it like this. Now, we understand what that definition of racism is. I understand that technically there's a difference between structural racism and implicit bias. I will say this. Everybody has a bias. How many people on this broadcast has a handicapped accessible wheelchair ramp at your house?
No. Do
you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. On every level, somebody is being discriminated against. And we all have implicit bias in some measure, in some form. So all I'm saying is this. Yes, there are structural things put into place. But if you taking your credit card and you spending money on stuff that you can't afford to buy, that ain't the white man. You racking up your debt on American Express, on Visa, MasterCard, that ain't the white man. If you starting businesses and don't understand and didn't do a business plan, that ain't got nothing to do with systemic racism. Now we can talk about education. We talk about all these things, but there's a lot of opportunities out there, and there's you can educate yourself for free Online, universities are offering their classes for free. You cannot teach motivation. You cannot teach self-determination. Somewhere inside, you got to dig down, way down deep in your gut. And with the help of God and your human will, you got to do the scripture that says faith without works is dead. Period.
I agree.
I'm confused.
I agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm confused by Thunder.
But
this has happened twice. I have to say this. This has happened twice. That when someone is speaking regarding the Lord and what the scripture says, Thunder puts his hands down. He's doing all of this, but when somebody come with the words of God again, but it's speaking in the sense of not having a victim mentality, the help of God, we can overcome and stuff like that. He's clapping his hands.
Okay, let me.
So I'm confused by your response.
Can you reread that scripture you read before? Can you reread
Which one,
that
me?
scripture? Yeah, you the one.
The one I read?
The one you
Timothy.
read. Can you reread
right.
that scripture?
Timothy.
And I'll show you
All
why
right.
I thumbed down that, because the way you tried to apply that to black people.
Okay, cool. So it said 1 Timothy 6. And
y'all got Slick got the Bible out right now. Y'all got Slick got the Bible out, turning them pages. He's studious. He's sitting up straight, too, in the chair.
Matter of fact, hold on. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, let them share it. Come on. Let me show you why I thumbed that junk down. Come on.
All right. Give me quick.
I don't see no screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing it right now. Give me quick. Here we go. Now you should see it now. All right, 1 Timothy 6:6. Now, this message is to the church. The unbelievers won't have this thought. But he says, yet true godliness with contentment is itself great wealth. After all, we brought nothing with us when we came into the world, and we can't take anything with us when we leave it. So if we have enough food and clothing, let us be content.
All right, cool.
But-
right there.
Uh-huh.
That is what I said. Nah, I'm not rolling with that at all.
All right,
I want more than just food and clothes, bro.
Yeah, I know you
And
do.
I'm not-
You talk
and
a
I'm
lot
not
about
finna-
money, and that's why I read the next verse.
Hold on, my brother.
But
You
people
told me to
who-
answer the
hold on.
question when I was.
But
while I
people
was
who
dumbing
long
it
to be
down.
rich fall into temptation, are trapped by many foolish and harmful desires that plunge them into ruin and destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And so listen, you keep speaking about money and it being or buying or making, you're not a slave to anything, or you free because it's money and in your house and your possessions. That's foolish talk. And so you should put trust
He's
and
just a paid slave. That's all.
A paid slave.
temporary,
All right. That's what?
in temporary things specifically.
Come on, let's finish it out. Finish it out. What you got? For the love of money, what?
For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil.
Mm-hmm.
And some people craving money, talking about those that was in the church, have wandered from the true faith and pierced themselves with many sorrows.
All right,
seeking after
now.
riches.
Do you believe that that text right there
Mhm.
will empower black people to want more than food and clothing?
No, that's why I said at the beginning, those who are not believers, they won't be able to be like this.
Jake, I'm talking
So
very plain.
regarding the black
Do you
community,
believe that
it will not
scripture?
empower them.
Is that in
Because
scripture? Is
it
that in
won't-
scripture empowering black people to want more than
Let me
food
stop
and
sharing my screen
clothing?
so I can see y'all.
No, don't shut it.
It
Hold on.
should empower
I
us to live as one.
man. I can't see y'all.
You don't need to see me. Just answer the question.
But then you don't need to see a scripture for me to answer you then.
All right.
So
That
the point
scripture
is for the
that
black
scripture
community as a
empower
whole,
black people to want more than food and clothing. Yes or
or
no?
this passage for the black community in itself will not empower them.
All right.
Because they are hold on.
Okay.
Because they aren't content with the things that the apostle says, let us be content with. They always want more, which is from envy and jealousy and all these other things that drives them like that.
So you saying
So if they don't get what they want, they'll stay complaining all the time.
So you saying that script? I really want you to share it one more time. That
Okay, I'll
scripture.
put it back on the screen.
Thanks, man. You're
right.
saying that scripture right there is helpful to black people that want more than food and clothing? Yes or no? That's
No,
all
he
I'm-
want black people to not want more. He don't want. He feel black folks are running around here talking about money and getting the bag. That's not Christian and godly.
Right.
The opposite, Thunder. The
That's
opposite.
right. He's saying that we should not want more than food and clothing, right?
Listen, Listen to what I'm saying.
It should make us
I said
want to live as
contentment.
one.
brother.
I didn't say it's evil.
No,
to want more than
stop, man.
people.
Don't do
I
that.
said godliness
I'm
with
going very.
contentment.
You
Bro,
shared the scripture.
Hey, hold on. Do you know what contentment means?
You stop. You
Hold
shared
on.
the
That's
scripture.
it. I know I did.
Can you please put it back on the screen?
It's
Let's start with that.
Barina got to share.
All right. Now, yet true godliness with contentment is itself great wealth. True godliness with contentment is itself great wealth, right? I believe that. That's great. It is great wealth. After all, we brought nothing with us when we came into the world, and we can't take anything with us when we leave. Right. So if we have, what do you?
I'm gonna resize my screen.
Okay, so if we have enough food and clothing, let us be content.
All right, what does that mean?
Not what does it mean?
Yeah, contentment. What does that mean? What does contentment mean?
Let's look it up.
Right. So you have so basically you can't take this scripture and cause a contradiction in other scriptures. So you got to even this out, because another scripture said that God will bless you some 30, some 60-fold, and He's telling people how to sow in the land. So you got to be careful with that. So then,
hold on.
I understand that, but the scriptures also say God makes some poor, God makes some rich.
Hold on, brother.
No, hold on. That ain't what that's not what that's saying.
I'm not talking about this passage. You referenced another passage about the blessings of God. There's also another passage that says the Lord is the one who determines these lots.
You asked me what contentment is, right?
So I'm talking about contentment. I'm not saying it's evil for people to want more than just food and clothes. What I said was, and what the scripture says, is be content with those things. If you have enough food and clothing, the bare necessities to survive, be content. It didn't say don't want more than that. It said be content. And that's the reason why I read it, because contentment is a mindset.
And then you said a lot of black people are not content.
They're not content.
Right,
That's
but hold
what
on. What you're missing the part is black people thinking, or people in general in the text, not just black people thinking that because you have more, that's your godliness, like in the church. Oh, I'm blessed, and you think that God is with you because you're blessed, and He's speaking against that. But that's not talking about God blessing somebody, you know what I'm saying? And won't, because if that's the case, then how you gonna be able to give or have the ministry of helps if you ain't got no job, or you can't help nobody, or God ain't blessing you to be prosperous.
I don't think people understand. I don't think you understand why I read this passage. And
well, tell us why you read it.
Tell
us why you read it.
The reason why I read it was to explain the issue with the black community in general, the mindset. And this mindset of always looking at those above you that have more advantages over you or more privilege over you. And so when you hear people talk, they're always saying, well, they'll point to like some rule or some law or redlining or something that prohibits them from certain advantages or certain privileges. And so they always pointing to this. And the reason why I read this passage was to say it's the mindset. And that's why I started off before I read it originally. I said, even if there were people that had temporal advantages and opportunities over you do in this temporal world, for those that are believers or profess to be believers, your mindset regarding those things need to be different. And that's why I read this passage to talk about the contentment of mind that you have, even if you are limited in opportunities, even if you are limited in advantages. And if you never get them, it won't matter to you because you're content with what you have, which is these necessities to survive, because you came into this world with nothing and you can't take nothing with you. And so that's why I referenced after that what the apostle said about the church. So, and while I got the floor, this all goes into what the brother Jordan said. I was waiting probably about 30, 40 minutes to respond to, because he asked a question afterwards and asked the question, what would happen if black people had their own country? How would it be? And he gave, his idea of what it might be like. And so though it might sound good, but it's foolish. And this is why to think if
I was just about to agree with you, brother.
Hold on, let me make it plain here.
Let me tell y'all, please don't unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it plain here, and I'll let you guys have the floor. Is for anybody to think because they're looking at the current state of blacks here in America or any other lower class group where they're limited in opportunities and things like that, is for anybody to think that if they left here and had their own country, things will be that much better, that's a foolish thought. And the reason for that is because of this. The people y'all want to come together and form this country with is a bunch of people who walk in darkness in their minds. They're controlled by the same demonic forces that those wicked white people and the people with power got. And so these people y'all want to come together with all walk in darkness and are slaves to the same demon. And so it's pointless to daydream about black people somehow having it better if they would have their own place. An example we have is, and what God has shown before everybody is this: the holiest nation that ever existed on the whole planet was the nation of Israel. They had the one true God. They had his perfect law, which if they had obeyed would have been a perfect society. And then and they had his prophets and his temple. They had all these things that would form what we would think would be a perfect society had they kept his commandments. But even with them being the holiest, set apartest nation on the earth with the one true God and his law, even they themselves became worse than the uncivilized folks. So what that show is that getting a bunch of ungodly blacks in a country will be the same as here in America. You're going to have some that's going to be on the top, some in the middle, some on the bottom. And that's just the way it's going to go. And the rich will always oppress those that are poor. The scripture talks about that. That's the sin they fall into the most because they're the ones with power. And so the Lord made it that way. And then I'll end it here. The Lord made it that way as a testimony to everybody. The Lord made it that way for all the nations. You look at all the nations on the earth, including the most holiest one, Israel, and look at the shambles they're in, and they had the perfect statutes. So to think this way is foolish. And that's why that mindset, if you want to help the black community, and I know people don't want to hear this, and I know get thumbs down when you say this, and everybody thinks you been sent by a slave master or something. But if you want to help the black community, outside of investing some money or something, okay, do that. But for a bunch of ungodly blacks, what is that going to do? Or a bunch of ungodly whites, what that's going to do? It's going to do nothing. It's going to come right back to the same cycle.
Can I please respond?
Change the mind and the spirit of the man, and then these outside circumstances will truly change. They'll be permanent.
All right, thank you,
We're
brother.
going back to that.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Brother Jay. I'm just trying to make sure that you ain't telling black people that they can't have anything or be successful because but I see you not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people to get the mindset to where they look at the apostles or they look at Abraham and think that God wasn't blessing these people abundantly, as well as the kingdom of Israel through Solomon. But God don't want us to let that stuff have us. We keep giving to people abundantly and keep helping people out, and God gonna give seed to the sower. Because so I definitely agree with you. What you said is correct. We had plenty of chances to run our black civilizations, our own communities, and we don't do that right. So what the hell you think that you're going to get a whole country and try to say we're going to do this? No, you're going to do the same thing that Dr. York was doing when he got that place over there.
Go ahead. Yeah, all right, go Jordan, go ahead.
Please. First of all, I never said if black people leave here and go build their own country. I said, what do y'all feel like black people would be if we ever had our own country? That didn't mean we ever went anywhere. We based there. How do you feel like we'll be? That's exactly what I said. And they feel like we're going to kill each other and everything. And before you destroyed me like that, Brother Jay, because I didn't state that question like you explained. And that's the God and it's true. I was about to agree with you, and you're right. I think it comes down to humility. If you're rich, be poor. If you poor, be rich. We become all things to all men. It's a humility thing. You know what I'm saying? How can you reach the poor man and you up here? The only way you can reach him is if you bring yourself down a notch, more than a notch. How can you reach somebody if you poor and he up there? You know what I'm saying? It's all about the humility. You was right about that, Brother Jay, but you just painted a whole bad picture on me. I said if black people if we ever had our own country, that's before we came to America. So, you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean it like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say, if I phrase your question the way that you didn't say it, then I apologize for that. But with you restating it, it's the same answer.
No, it's not the same answer because
No,
we
he's the
never
one
came
answering.
here.
He's the one answering. He said it's the same answer from him.
I'm
Yes,
just
the same
saying.
answer. It would have been the
I
same
know
way.
what he's saying. I know what he's saying. It's not the same answer because black people would have never encountered these things we encounter in America. You got to understand it's deeper rooted than that.
Brother,
I mentioned spiritual.
They
Hold
did it
on.
before they came into America. They was doing it in Africa.
No, I mentioned spiritual warfare. Not, brother, come on now, be for real. I mentioned
Black
spiritual
people about to have their
warfare.
own country, Jordan. We're about to
I-
have it. We're
I
about to
mentioned.
have it.
Hold on, I
about
don't
to
want to
have
go
what?
there. How well? I want to talk about this. What I'm saying is, and just like the brother down here, the prophecy, speaking prophecy, like, come on, brother. Okay, I hear, yeah, prophetically speaking, I hear everybody talking about the problem, but I never hear no solutions. You see what I'm saying? What you saying sound good. What a lot of y'all saying sound good, but that didn't stop one of my partners getting tied up in a doggone apartment the other night and got robbed. That didn't stop none of that. That's what I'm saying. I don't fear racism from white people. What's going over y'all head is the spiritual welfare that's being placed on our people, which creating racism from our own people. It's not white America no more. White America, they did their job. I can't lie that some of this didn't stem from slavery because it did. But at the same time, we got to be honest. They're not the threat. It's our own brothers and sisters. And we just got to be real about this. So what do we do to conquer that situation? That's why I mentioned spiritual warfare earlier. You don't see the sins that's being portrayed on our people to cause our people to have these adverse respects. You know what I'm saying? It's a mental problem. And that's why I asked that question in the shop. Because if a black man can never see his beginnings, and I don't care what, hold on, let me restate this. I don't care what color man you is. If you can't see yourself in your own beginnings without a whole nation present, like, and what I mean by the nation present is in your every dealings. We don't have the power to find. You don't have textile plants. You don't have water facilities. You don't have fields and fields of food. We don't control. We just control what we have in our personal world. That's why I got to agree with Thunder. What you goes on in your circle and what you do to make yourself a better man. I got to agree with that. That's on your own power. But at the same time, we can't ignore the greater fact. And that's why I asked that question, is because it's a problem. And that shows a mental state of a person when they can't see themselves without dependency. And I'm done.
You're going back. You're fighting your own self.
Can I ask a question?
You fighting his own self.
You just want to disagree, brother. I'm trying to gain understanding. We building. We building.
Bro, listen, you said it was a spiritual problem. But then, then you start speaking of the solution about them seeing themselves in textile plants and doing that, seeing their beginnings. You start talking carnal.
We don't have the power to divide. This ain't carnal. Ain't carnal.
Listen,
I'm saying
it's a spiritual
black people can't see themselves in no greater light, and that's the racism black people have on each other. Because if you can't see yourself,
you're saying the things you listing is the after effects of what you said the problem is. The problem is the racism on yourself. That's an after effect. All these things that happen, physically, are only a result of what took place inwardly first. So you said it was a spiritual problem, but then you're making the focus about the after effects, and they got to see themselves in a better light. They ain't gonna see that until that spiritual problem get dealt with. So you asked what the solution was, and that's what we was reading. You changed it. If these people's hearts are changed,
I didn't change nothing. You just want to battle, bro. Listen. If
it's a spiritual problem, then it takes a spirit to solve it.
Hey Jay, man, why you banging, bro? What's happening, man? You good,
bro? Because you're speaking against yourself, and you're not.
Ain't nobody to speak against themselves. You just ain't listening.
Why you banging though?
Let's let somebody else. Let's let somebody else share. Let's let somebody else share. Right? Anybody else wanted to share? Come on, Flick.
Let me get in there. Hey, look. First of all, I agree with I agree with what Jordan said, and I agree with what Brother Jay said, right? Because no matter where we go, it's gonna be the same problem, right? But I'm gonna take it a step further. The problem is gonna revert back to the old things because all those different laws and things that they created to oppress us, now they can take their hands off of the situation and just allow us to go at each other. They had an experiment back in the days where they put rats inside of a maze, right? And they only put a certain amount of food out there. So when there's only a certain amount of resources in a very small area, which is black people are confined in only a certain amount of cities where we got big populations around this country, and it ain't that much resources there, eventually the rats started eating each other. So that's what's happening with us. So I don't care if we go to a whole nother country, if the resources in that country, somebody else controlling those resources, we're gonna eventually turn on each other. Because that's what this whole globe is built on, a caste system, right? And what that means is that the rich always gonna have everything and the poor gonna be fighting for the crumbs.
You
So
can
I
say
don't
what
want
you
y'all,
want.
y'all
People
people
come.
That's
Listen,
because you
hold
wicked.
on.
That's because you wicked. That's
Hold
why.
on. You
Come
can
on,
say
come on,
what you want.
G-Con. Come
People
on,
come.
G-Con. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Hold on. You can say what you want.
Not in the
People
middle of
come
me
to
talking.
this country.
Come on, show a little bit.
People, hold on. People come to this country slick and get rich. How do people come to this country and get money and pull themselves? And how do people make it happen? Everybody want to come here. You can see what you want. Them folk, they whipping them folk at that border, Haiti, everywhere. They wilding out Mexico. Everybody want to come here.
People come to this country. When people come to this country, they give them money, right? Not only do they give them money, okay, what about those dudes that's coming from Afghanistan right now? They're giving them money. They're giving them jobs. They're giving them hotel rooms. They don't have to pay taxes for 6 or 7 years when they come there. So we can't use that right there.
All right,
because
well, help me. Well,
a lot of
you
times
help
when
me.
people,
I want a few more people to talk before we jump on. Give me the solution, Slick. Give me the solution from the wisdom you received.
the solution, and now I'm going to agree with Thunder, right? Because he said if you can fish, if you can hunt, if you got a garden, because I can fish, I'm from the country, I can fish, I can hunt, I got 2 gardens at my house.
So back to what the people from the South was teaching us. Back to what the old timers were teaching us from down south. How to be self-sufficient.
What we got to do is we got to start with our own household, right? We can't worry about if everybody works on their own household, then that's the way we gonna beat this. It ain't no other way. You start from within and work your way out. You can't have it. A few of us can't carry the whole weight, right? Okay. Everybody got to pull their own weight. That's the solution. Everybody pulling their own weight. And the last thing I want to say before I go is, the last thing I'm going to ever be is a victim to anybody. Now, when I said that earlier about people on my job make more money than me, but guess what? It ain't too many people on my job that get more respect than I get. Because when I talk with power. My daddy ain't raised no punk. So you're gonna give me my respect or I'm going to take it. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Born again
Let me get in here. Let me get in here a little bit. You know
all right, then you get right out of here. Then you get ready because you the king unmuter. He the top unmuter. Now the other unmuter, but you the top unmuter, brother.
Yeah. So and I definitely like I say I think that when you go early on in the Bible, when you start looking at the in Genesis chapter 1, it actually say that these are some of the problems that was gonna occur within, you know what I'm saying, right there within Genesis chapter 3, you know, and so when you go and you read the text, when he said, the moment he says that when you put forth your hand to till the ground, it will not yield forth its full strength. That should have showed that men on this earth was going to have problems with growing things. And then once that happens, they're going to move around and men going to get to stealing and taking from each other. And that's exactly what happened. So the plan that we see, the fourth beast right now is fulfilling is an ancient plan. It goes way back. And so this ancient plan of the mark of the beast and people, the reason why a lot of people is coming is not overcoming is because they just wicked as hell. And God is testing you to see what's in your heart and what you dealing with and what you're about. And the moment you succumb to that and you don't overcome, clearly it's showing that you basically is that beast that he's talking about. You walking around devouring each other. That's why they teach you in school saying that you're this animal or you this and that you're not higher than this animal. And they teach you about survival of the fittest because they give you that mindset right there because the organism wants to live, it wants to survive. And for the question that was pertaining to Lex Vortex, according to the narrative of the biblical text, it's clear. If this is God's house, if God builds a house and you don't run that house like he wants you to run it, he can do whatever he pleases within his house. And I think that Lex should understand that. So if God say, go up here and do this and that, this is his house. You know what I'm saying? So respect his house. And I think that people don't want to respect his house.
But what happened, Lex? What happened? Y'all ran him off?
Yeah, no, he wouldn't stayed around, but nobody was answering his question. So it was a couple of things that, but yeah, it's all good though. But like I say, and Slick gone, because I have never seen the shirt. That brother's collar is so loose. I ain't never seen the loose collar like that in my life. But let me mute my mic though.
Can I ask a question, bro?
Where he at? Born again believer. Come to the mic.
Grace and peace, all the saints. Brother Berean, grace and peace. Grace and peace, panel. Thunder. Brother Ryan. Oh, look at the Brother Plummer, grace and peace, everybody. Pastor Jay, grace and peace. Brother Jordan, grace and peace. This is a conversation it's a beautiful conversation that we having. So I just want to add, I saw a lot of value and a lot of things that everybody was saying. But I wanted to go here. I posted the verse, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 12. And why I went here is because you need strategy. For wisdom is a defense and money is a defense, but the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it. The Lord said, my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. You can't win a battle unless you understand what you're up against. Even with man dealing with his own flesh and trying to do what's right, the Lord he identified what they were in conflict with. He showed them the law of sin and death. He showed them the vile affection. He showed them the lust of the flesh. He showed them about the body. He showed them about sin. So we're dealing with what's going on with our people and the race relations. We have to hold people accountable. There's no way you should sit in the seat of the scornful. Let me rewind. You should sit in the seat of the scornful and make a statement like that. And you're supposed to be an apologist. You're supposed to be giving answer by reason of hope that is in you with meekness and godly fear. So what Josh McDowell said, that's why he should be ashamed. He should be ashamed, and people shouldn't soft pedal when people are in leading positions in the Bible, in the gospel, and say that they're children of the light, and they make statements that represent darkness or represent scorn or pride of this life. He should be admonished, and the body of Christ should not be scared to admonish this type of behavior. But let's rewind, go back to this again. Wisdom is a defense. So Christ is our wisdom. He's showing us the strategy. So the brother was talking about the prosperity, but 3 John chapter 2. I'm going to just move around a little quickly. 3 John verse 2. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. The first thing our people need, their soul need to prosper. They need to be in the unity of the spirit. They need to be a loving people. They need to be honest. They need to have integrity. They need to have faith. That's why Christ said, seek the kingdom of heaven first, and his righteousness, and all things shall be added. You cannot really deal with the prosperity properly unless your soul is prospering. A lot of brothers, they have wealth, but they envy each other, Berean. They envy each other, Brother Jordan. They want to steal from each other. They resent another person's success, or they're jealous. So your soul needs to prosper first. That's why the gospel teaches us, receive with meekness the engrafted word, which is able to save your soul, because you need a shield against your soul so that you don't get caught up in the envy, or Satan don't use you as a destructive element in your society. Now, then this part right here, a few things I was taking notes while I was driving. There's a condition of the battle. Christ did this. He taught us the strategy. Even in Daniel, in captivity with another ruling nation, the scriptures say that Daniel, he was skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had the ability, that's Daniel's 1 verse 3 and 4, So while you in we're in a kingdom where there's a ruling people, you have to be skillful. You must have knowledge. The scriptures tell us don't seek your own wealth, but the wealth of another. Brothers that are more informed and knowledgeable, like what Thunder was saying, we have to they have to make themselves, and the brothers that have ability and skill have to make themselves available so that they can what? They can nurture. Because we're not seeking our own wealth, but the wealth of another. You want to see that because Christ came down from heaven. He became poor that we might be made rich. He saw the knowledge was what the people lacked, so he gave us the knowledge. Freely he received, freely he gives. That does not mean you shouldn't be compensated for your services, but you need to see the plight of your people and make an effort that you want to see them elevated, you want to see them increase, you want their soul to prosper, and you want the opportunities that were not afforded to them to be afforded to them. And I'm going to say this, I'm a business owner, okay, but something was dropped on me in Brooklyn. I'm in Brooklyn. And I was trying to rent a property maybe like 6 years ago. And the guy said he's going to lend me give me the property. And the guy wouldn't, he was going this way. All my paperwork was correct. And somebody dropped something on me, said, that guy's not going to rent to you. He said, you don't understand. This brother right here, it was a brother too. He has a contract with the Chinese Merchant Association. So no matter what happens at that property, another Asian goes in there. So people don't even know about there's that kind of stuff going on. So that property will never be leased to a black person, period, because there's other contracts going on. Do you know
and they
that
promise to control the neighborhood, like redlining?
These are contracts that are not discussed, Brother Berean. I'm saying, I'm doing business. I never knew this. Somebody had to drop the dime. And then a Chinese guy told me, an Asian brother told me, he said, listen, man, I want to give it to you, man. He said, but I can't. He said, because this is how it works. So he's telling me among the guild that he is, I'm not saying this is a broad brush, but he lets me know there's a lot of things going on in the back room that our people that are setting up businesses don't know. Why does the Yemenis control 3,800 bodegas in New York City? 3,800 bodegas in New York City.
All
because
sending
there's
their money back home.
All sending money back home, stacking it in the houses, smuggling it back in. But people don't know this. How you have 3,800 businesses in New York City and nobody don't know one reason? Let's consider this. There's a Yemenis Merchant Association. Where is what you call an African American Merchant Association to show you the substructure, the structure, the economics, the laws to do? It's not there. So they have structures in place. The Koreans have it, and our people don't have this in place. That's why the Lord said, if you love one another, because these nations are loving each other. They're caring for each other. They're sacrificing for each other. They're taking their time to mentor each other. They said, if you love one another, then will all men know that ye are my disciples, meaning you stand for kingdom work, kingdom living, righteousness, and truth. Where's the love that we should have for each other? That's what the issue is. So this last part right here, let me see. Luke 12, verse 13. And one of the companies said unto him, Master, speak to my brother that he divide the inheritance unto me. And he said unto him, man, who made me a judge or a divider over you? And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for man's life consisteth not in the abundance of things which he possesseth, because eternal life was standing in front of him, and he was looking at dollar bills, he was looking at money, he was looking at his economic situation instead of looking at his soul's condition. So our people must look at our soul condition first. And then the Lord said all things will be added. This is the king that is wealthy, that created everything, showing us how it works. Because you don't want to be like the rich man where you prospered, and then the end of all your prosperity, you woke up in hell because your soul did not prosper. And I'm going to rest right there.
All right. And anybody else who didn't? Roland, you've been waiting for a minute, right?
Yeah. I just had a couple questions. Do any of you guys believe that the dominant culture would control the dominant society? And I say that especially to the Black people and things, if it was switched and we controlled basically the dominant society, do you think the laws will fit and benefit our own people, or to fit anybody who comes in?
What is culture you keep? You said culture 10 times. What culture you think we got, brother? What culture you talking about?
I'm just saying in general. If you want to look at a race, if Black people were the dominant race in America, I'd put it like this. Yes, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the amendments, all wasn't written with people of color in mind, but it was written for the dominant race at the time who was built off of their system, built off the European system. They got the system from something brought over from the UK because they had states and stuff like that. Okay. But I say that when it comes to America, and I'm saying that because Lex left and I was kind of going to address him. What you have to understand is it's an economic thing. That's why I agree with a lot of what Born Again Israelite said. It's 100% agree. We're the only culture that's not playing this economic game. I study economics. I'm a business major. I understand what's really going on. My economic professor said, America, people who assume that America is still the global power don't understand what's actually going on. If you read a book, it's called The Future is Asian. The Future is China, right? And with the printing of the money and everything, and I could go in a rabbit hole when it comes to economics. But we're the only culture that do not play group economics. Complain about other people, but we're the only one. Once we get a certain status, we move into a certain specific neighborhood instead of trying to build our own ecosystem. I'm hearing, I'm not speaking for New York. I speak from Jersey. There's some communities in New Jersey that's predominantly Indian. They're on the schools. They're in the school system. They're on the school board. They're on the shops. They're on the grocery stores. Everything says halal or patel right down the block. We're the only one who doesn't play that long game. So I think it's from a spiritual aspect, yes. But also when it comes to actual information that's out there, we're the only one that's not using the value that America provides for our own specific benefit. China was a third world nation 40 years ago. Just 40 years ago, it was a third world nation.
It's amazing how they came back.
Right. Japan got hit with 2 nuclear bombs and built themselves out of obscurity. Africa can do it. African Americans can do it. We just have to understand that it's a game that we're the only one not playing. Now, if you watch Wall Street Trapper, it's the same thing that the white person that he met in jail said to him. Black people playing the wrong game because we're the only one not understand what's really. So when the agent comes, obviously I'm in logistics. I had 2 Somalians who live on a truck pull up to pick up some load, right? And I said they got it because they're not here for the flashy. They're here for the come up, the long come up. Build a community, bring their friends in. Haitians do it, Hispanics do it. To a certain aspect, us Caribbean people do it. But we're the only person not understanding the economic game that's being played that America is now losing. The second thing is, for those who say America is a racist nation, at the end of the day, today, if there was a war, the predominant men and women that would die are white. When it's a fire, when it's something going on in this country, the predominantly men and women who's running to save wherever the place may be are white. Predominant. I never said they're only. So when a predominant culture also protects the country that you say is predominantly racist, I would have to question it. Like, we understand, because when you ask somebody how's America racist, they always default to a history that they themselves don't experience today. Everybody defaults to redlining. Redlining is illegal as of today. What's the other excuse? Racism. I don't believe racism exists. I believe prejudices exist. I believe biases exist. And I believe discrimination exists by individual people, not a systematic. Because I know a lot of brothers. I know a brother right now who's in Harvard. He got there on a full scholarship. He can, even if they might have made a certain pact, they're gonna have certain people of color in there. The fact that he's there says that America is in a way different place than it was before. And excuses is literally just excuses. You can please, if people can change their whole look from how they used to look, I'm not gonna get into that topic, to something else. You can be anything, but you have to want it. You have to, like, the brother Thomas Thunder said, you have to want it. You can't teach determination. You can't teach, I'm gonna go after it. But it has to be a cultural change that we understand across the board from us as people. But we keep blaming other things instead of looking inward. Just like, because I feel like we're all making points to the same broader issue. I don't think anybody's wrong. I think everybody's correct but it's a broader issue that we have to, like Jikan said, acknowledge and then fix. So people will stop judging us. So these closet Christians, who I believe sometimes has a closet prejudice and a bias, will make these statements and always have to say, oh yeah, well, I didn't mean it. There's always something. They're always finding some big company exec who's writing these racist emails that always come out. And it's still to this day. because there's a perception. We keep allowing them to portray the image of what we can control now because we have the resources and the knowledge. Hey, you can shoot a movie on your iPhone.
Yes, you can.
You can start a whole Netflix. Look at Issa Rae. She started her whole life on YouTube, and she's a billionaire just off. That's racism? Come on, guys. She started off of YouTube, and now she has her own show. She's doing movies, her own production company. That is
I
not
can't
racism.
lie. With this pandemic, a lot of people came up with YouTube on TikTok.
Yeah,
a lot of people getting
of
money.
color.
Shout out to Country Wayne down there. They getting money. I cannot lie. A lot of people selling T-shirts. They doing all type of things. Giftings and talents come out through times like this. And you know, people doing a lot of stuff. But go ahead, brother. Then I'm gonna give it to Thunder. And I'm gonna give it to JB.
Right. So that's one. And I say the reason I asked the first question is because if we look at what's going on in South Africa, like I said, pay attention to economics, where they're taking the farmers from the white farmers now. Because the dominant people in power is black. They're not taking farms from white people. So we might champion and say, yeah, it's theirs first. They've been there first. But it goes to the fact that whenever you have a dominant people, it's like the Romans. Every power rises and every power falls. So just whenever you have a dominant society, they will subjugate who's lower. It's just, even if you took the Bible out of it, it's just a historical human man nature. We do it to each other without anything needed. Just net in our sinful nature to subjugate the people or lower class. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's women, whether it's color, whether it's class, whether it's wherever you were born at. It's just human nature. But once you understand that and you move accordingly as one unit, you can overcome anything. But we're the only one that understanding group dynamics. And we are bickering over words and, oh, well, this is racism, this is racism. Oh, okay, I get it. Yep, that happened. How can we fix what we have home so we can deal with that force as a unit? And that's what I respect about African American history, because they moved as a unit.
They used to, yes.
They're used to come against real racism. When I see the videos, when they show me the videos, I'm like, man, they don't show that stuff in the Caribbean. We don't get African American history. We don't know what happened unless we come here and go through the school system. When we see the dogs in the second spat on, my mom came here in New York. She experienced racism for the first time when a cab driver wouldn't pick her up in New York.
Yeah.
And he actually cursed her out and spat on her. So I know what that is, but at the end of the day, what she did? Just like most women do, she got a job, clean up after the same white people, and own 2 homes. So I'm not an example of someone that would say, white people stop my family from succeeding. Now, if I end up following my peers and selling drugs and end up in jail, that's my own fault. That ain't white people. That's me making a conscious decision to doing an illegal activity that was illegal today, that is not legal anymore, because science was illegal at a time, because they believed it was witchcraft.
Yes.
So if you look at the history of humanity and its evolution, certain things was wrong and shouldn't have been done until people came to the conscious of it. Now, it's another different story of how we can play the same, open up weed dispensaries. But look at all the people, all the artists now, like I said, weed dispensaries now. We need to put away the past. I'm in with this. We need to put away the past to figure out how we can move. All of us can move as a unit together, because if we can come together as a people, even with our African brothers and sisters, we'd be a dominant force. But until we share the education, that's what the Chinese do. They share the education. If you do the history, when the pandemic hit, the lady that bought up all the PPE and shipped it back to China, she owned a warehouse full of it, said she wasn't selling anymore, and shipped it back to her own country. We're the only ones not doing that. Once we get money, it's like, let me floss. Let me get the raise and then put the rafe and put it on Instagram. I got the PPP loans. I'm stunting. We're the only one that does that. And we have to look at that and say there's a bigger problem than just who is trying to hold us back. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Brother Graham,
bro. Appreciate you. Come on, Thunder.
Oh yeah,
and you thought of most of this stuff, so you still here. What are your words in closing?
Quit. $$ Berean teach. You all please give willingly and freely. All I gotta say, man, is it's easy. I can't relate to a lot of the stuff people talking about. I've been broke. I've been as broke as they can be, man. I'm talking about negative accounts, you know, negative credit, negative. I've been through all that stuff. We all did. Everybody. But yeah, I mean, for you to stay like that is ridiculous. The brother that who came over here, he texted you, say, I want to come on. He said he born and raised in Georgia, but it wasn't till
he down there getting it. He on the highway right
it
now.
wasn't till he came to Atlanta. He saw this is out of his mouth. He said
now you know there was a blessing on Atlanta for the last 50 years. I can't lie, some of you folk been getting blessed down in Atlanta the last 50 years. Y'all have tore the whole city up.
Well,
but plenty of people done got rich in Atlanta.
Yeah,
Plenty
a lot of people moving here, man. The whole Hollywood moving. But it wasn't until he came here and saw what was going on around him, and he said, "Oh, I got to get like this."
Step my game up. Yeah.
Now it's possible. You see, it's possible. Now the brother finna make $2,600 in 8 hours. I applaud. It ain't nothing he could say to me that got me beefing at him.
That's a blessing.
That man finna get blessed. He blessed his family, and I hope he get another truck, expand, and then you know what I'm saying. Hopefully he'll reach out and help some black people get their CDL and experience the same thing he's experienced. You know,
Amen.
so that's basically where I'm at. I'm not
good
with
brother. He's definitely been a blessing to me. It definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you know. So I think. Big picture, you're not going to sell me on racism. I don't believe in it, and I will never. But shout out to Alton. You still ain't called me yet. Hey, I don't believe
Alton in
in
LA
racism.
somewhere.
I don't believe in racism. I will never believe that a race is superior to me in any regard. Period. No Mexicans, no Hispanic, no nothing. Nobody's superior to me. Period. Ain't nothing you can say to me. So y'all wasting your time talking to me about it. Now they disappear to you, that's on you. If you allow it, of course they will be. No problem. That's on you. But I think big picture, yeah, it may be gentrified, but that's fine. But big picture, gentrification. I own a investment home. Nothing wrong with gentrification, man. Gentrification is great.
When I see them coming, they raising the value. Let them come.
Yeah, man. I just got a tax assessment in my garage right now. Man, my home twice. I'm 100%. I'm 100% up right now. I bought my home 6 years ago. It's worth 100% more than what I bought it for right now.
That ain't bad.
Gentrification is great, bro. Y'all tripping. But again, it's just different mindsets. I ain't with what y'all talking about. But for the most part, like I say, I'm not. I don't know the reason why I was kind of, Brother Jay, I was booing. I'm like, man, I ain't want to try to hear all that stuff. I don't want to misconstrue a scripture that's telling me that I need to be content with food and clothing. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I can't.
God got you in the land, and God got you in the land like this.
Yeah, I can't go with you, man. I understand the point, and I agree. I agree with the scripture. It's just you could use that. I believe scriptures like that is what was used to allow us to condition our mind to just be satisfied with food and clothing instead of wanting more than food and clothing. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of scripture that say, hey, man, just be content in all things. Be content. I don't know what I'm trying to say. In everything, be content. That's another scripture too. So the Bible deals a lot with being content, and I agree with that. But to me, some of that stuff is weaponized to the point where that's what you're telling black people, that they need to be content. No, man, don't be. To a point, you shouldn't be content with what you got. If you in a point, it's a quote I saw on Instagram where it said, if you woke up and you was broke and you went back to sleep, you deserve to be broke. Something along them lines. If you woke up and you broke, man, you should be waking up trying to get money, not being content because you got food and clothes. No, I'm not finna agree with that. I understand the point of the scripture, but to push that on us right now, again, when you hear a lot of the conscious community banging on the Bible, it be scriptures like that you give them ammunition, man. And I'm telling you, bro, you may want to be more careful about that sort of stuff. They're telling you to be content with food and clothes. No, man, we need to strive to get more. I believe God has things for his people has riches for his people, has land, opportunity for his people. You know, he's promised that to us, man, you know, at a certain point. Maybe not right now in time, but at a certain point, man, we're going to all be rich. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about on earth, in the kingdom, not no heaven stuff. I don't want to die and then worry about, no, man, I don't want to live for 80 years, man, and just be broke and content. You know what I'm saying? Just to die with nothing. No, man, I want to have some money on earth too. What's wrong with that? You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying, man. Y'all are not oppressed. I believe that each and every one of us could be. A guy asked me earlier, said, "What is success? Success is not money. Success is achieving goals that you set out to achieve. That's success. That is success. If you're playing basketball and you at the line with 1 second to go and you hit both of your free throws and your team win, you succeeded. You didn't gain a dime. You didn't win anything. You just won the game. You succeeded because you overcame that goal. Yeah, I want my cup to run it over. There you go, Diamond. You see what I'm saying? I want to leave stuff for my kids. I don't want just food. Food and clothes is cool, but man, food, clothes, cars, houses, watches, jewelry, that stuff is cool too. What's wrong with that? That's all I'm saying. So, bro, I hear y'all. It just we got to get to a point, man, where we stop using this Bible to be content and start using this Bible, man, to want more than what we already got. Where those verses at? Brother Berean, maybe you could help me out with that. Where those verses that say, hey, man, y'all need to get up off y'all back. If a man don't work, he don't eat. How about that one? Can we use that verse?
Yes, we can.
If a man don't work, he shouldn't eat. He's worse than an infidel. What is that when you can't take care of your family? What is that, brother?
Come on, God don't want that, Thessalonians. God don't want that.
Yeah.
God don't want that, Brown.
If a man don't take care of his family, he worse than an infidel.
So God gotta want you to get money.
How the heck am I take?
It don't even sound right. God got to want
you see a ring on my finger? I
Yeah.
ain't never been married. You know why? Because I know before, probably about 2 years ago, I went in a position where I could take care of a woman, take care of a kid, and they ain't got to work. I wasn't financially in that position.
Yeah,
I am now, as I'm kind of trying to work toward it. But you see what I'm saying? That's why if I can't take care of my wife where she ain't got to work, bro, I'm gonna leave her right there. I'm gonna leave her right because you ain't
going to start bothering her.
You see what I'm saying? I ain't in the position yet. I ain't in the position. So until I'm in that position now, and I'm working toward it. But dog, if a man don't work, he don't eat. That's why the brother say he from Jamaica. That's why them Jamaicans out there hustling. You know why? They ain't got no welfare system.
They ain't got no welfare system.
They ain't got no welfare. They can't go to
They can't just make 7 babies and lay up and get
there
sex.
you go. I can't have 7 babies and just chill out and get child support. You seen Rick Ross? The baby mama making $147 a month. This man got to give this lady $11,000.
Yep. And that ain't nothing to him.
Of course, it ain't nothing. But the point is, she ain't doing nothing.
She ain't finna do nothing.
And ain't finna do nothing. She done. She done. She good. She got her money. That's crazy, man. But I'm gone, man. But I appreciate it. I'm gonna put my 5 in.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. We definitely do that. $1 Berean Teach. Thank you so much. You always support.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, JB, what's going on, man? You done. I don't know when you came in with the video. Whole bunch that went down. What you got to say in close? Wrap it up for us, brother. Share your thoughts and wrap it up.
Man, I've been on grace and peace, everybody. Shalom. I've been on here, for a couple hours. I've been keeping my fingers steady, not typing in. But what I was saying, I like it. It was a great dialogue from having a bunch of fellas on at one time, and it wasn't a bunch of screaming. We're gonna talk aggressive sometime, but I love the dialogue. I think we need to understand where we fit on the body. We got fingers, toes, hands, and arms, and we can't have a head on the foot and a finger on the toe. And we need to stay find out what our lane is and stay in that lane. I agree with G-Con about business and wealth and family, and you know that's your lane. You like Paul teaching going to the Gentiles, so you can bring people to Christ in your lane. And for people on platforms like this that's trying to get into that business, you know, you might be one of those ones that can steer them in the right direction. That's what we are supposed to do.
As
And
a
the workman
community,
is,
yes, amen.
as a community, and the workman is worthy of his hire. As far as the racism thing, I do have to disagree with you, Thunder, but I understand your concept, because another man or another race can't suppress me, because you know I'm a man and God made me sovereign in nature, period. So I understand that. But as far as a systematic perspective, I put a bunch of cases in there, Supreme Court cases that give you their perspective on what a U.S. citizen is versus a private citizen. So there are different distinctions, and they have convoluted this law and the system so bad to where it is hard to figure out. You know, they double talk. Your language we use with each other is different from financial language or legal language. You know, everything is categorized, and you got the Kabbalion mixed with all this stuff. So we're saying, I'm basically saying, figure out what your lane is and operate in that lane. That way you can help, instead of us fighting and arguing against each other, which is cool, because you know everybody want to agree, but everybody is working a part of the body together instead of us fighting against each other, because the system is messed up. The only way you can fight a system is to come together. You see other countries right now, they're up in an uproar, and they know the system ain't working. Most of those countries are dictatorships, so you see them rioting. That's the only way that they can protest. We got to go to the street. They don't have no money. They don't have no tanks, guns, you know. So the only way they know is to get out on the street and protest. I'm not saying we need to get out on the street. We have enough connections over here and freedom, you know, where we could be able to connect. You know, it ain't got to be all on platforms where they know what we doing, you know, because you can't put everything out on social media. But God has provided a means for us to be able to talk to people that we've never been able to talk to people before. So we talking to people in Africa, we talking to people in France, you know, all over the world, and you noticing everybody is having the same problem. We're fighting against the spirit. We're a profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul. If we can, and so I understand the point of Jay of being content. If you do got, you know, a home, a car, food, your kids is happy, it's not, you shouldn't feel bad that you're not, you know, got the whole bag. But if you contend you got peace of mind, you can't pay for peace of mind. Because with that bag and them bigger houses, what Biggie say, you know, more money, more problems. That's just how it come. And truth be told, a lot of rich folks would like to have the peace of mind of poor folks, while we want to get rich. You know, it's problems that come with that. So I'm just saying, figure out which lane God wants you to operate in. I love the dialogue. I love this conversation. I think we need to have more of this. Slick, Chalice, you know, this is the first night I was with y'all. Everybody was on point tonight in their own areas. You know what I'm saying? Let's put that together and figure out how to move forward. And when I lend the mic with that one.
All right, come on, close us out, Born Again Israelite.
The scripture says all things work together for the good to them that love God and to them that are called according to his purpose. This was an excellent dialogue. We're conversing, we're looking at the kingdom, we're assessing the battlefield, we're looking at the problems involved, and by love, we're seeking to serve one another. May the grace of God and may the love of Christ abound unto all of you in all wisdom and prudence, because we need wisdom and prudence to govern and discipline ourselves, because we need divine reasoning. May all of you prosper. And Brother Berean, excellent dialogue, because in this life, the racism is there, but Christ showed us the strategy, how to war a good warfare, how to claim the victory. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God. May we walk in the truth, right? Not being deceitful, and pull down the strongholds. And as the scripture says in 3 John again, it says, Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospers. May the grace of God and the love of Christ be upon you all, and may your souls prosper, and may you be in health. That's what this is at, because God wants you to prosper. We're dealing with the kingdom and the patience of our Lord Jesus Christ. Brother Berean, saints, may the love of God bless all of you all. Amen and amen.
Amen. Amen. God night, everybody. God bless.